Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason. As a Moodle partner, we have been working with the best in terms of having access to first-hand support from the Moodle HQ. That has been really supportive in these 15 years. And also, we have the kind of obligation to keep up on a standardized level of quality, because being a Moodle partner sometimes is really a hard work for us. We have to keep up with a certain level of service, a certain level of quality, in not only in the services we provide, but also in the commercial and support we do to our customers. That's why Entornos has been growing, has been steadily growing, not only in the amounts of the customers served, but also in the quality of the services. We are certified in several instances, and we keep on renewing our compromise.
Hi, my name is Hemant and I represent Nomad Communications from India. And today we are going to talk about something very unusual in the sense that I am going to talk about using radio from within Moodle for teaching. Okay, now let me tell you the story. You know, radio has been my passion for a long time. Probably when I was very young, somebody actually came up and told me that, you have a wonderful face for radio. And that's the reason I thought I developed the passion for radio, but actually did nothing much in radio in that sense. I mean, I set up a few radio stations here and there, but radio has been my passion. At the same time, Moodle is my passion. I'm a passionate Moodler. And at some point in life, I realized that, or I thought that, I must combine my radio and Moodle skills together, and that would be a real fun. So I started doing it, but when I started speaking to other people, they kept on asking me that, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to really combine radio with Moodle? Well, I really did not have an answer. I just like doing it. I mean, simple as that, but I really didn't have a logical answer, given the fact that Moodle in itself has, you can easily integrate, let's say, communication apps like Zoom or Big Blue Button in open source. So, there are plenty of such things available. So why do I want to really broadcast for education? Wow, it's like, I really didn't have an answer. And finally, look at it this way, that I got an answer from my friend, COVID-19, look at it this way, COVID-19, you have to consider it as a friend, because it has done many things that we educators have not been able to do in decades. For example, let us say that we have been trying to tell teachers and the parents and all that, online teaching is not all that bad. It's quite okay, and it can be even better. With tools like Moodle and H5P, and a lot of new things have come up in education sector, and we must, nobody listen to us. At least in my part of the world, people were like just too deep into their conventional way of thinking, and online teaching was not considered as important. But when COVID struck and the schools were closed down and the students were forced out of the school, all of them had to come online to learn. Okay, and suddenly I realized that, COVID did it, which we as educators could not do in decades. So COVID, being my friend, told me that yes, there's a reason to combine Moodle with radio, and that is what I'm going to talk about. But again, the question is why? Okay, so I'm just going to, so basically, let us understand why I need a radio broadcast within Moodle. Look, in countries like India or many other poor countries, data connectivity is not all that simple. The economics of data connectivity needs to be understood in its greatest sense. Imagine a situation, okay, that a child and a father has a data connectivity through their mobile phone, and most countries like India, we have a daily allowance of 1.5 GB. Okay, now within 1.5 GB, the child has to learn online, probably father has to work from home online, okay, and they are all sharing that data. Okay, so the data economy is a really important aspect in what we are trying to do in developing countries or poor countries where we want to really reach out to the students. Now, I wondered how much data a normal app like Big Blue Button or Zoom, or how much data do they consume? So I have actually created some kind of a comparison. So let me just take you to the slide. I'm skipping a lot of things. Yeah, here there's a bit of a comparison of how much data is consumed by Zoom or Big Blue Button kind of an app. Look, I mean, this data are sort of an estimation in the sense that there are no clear-cut understanding, or there are no clear-cut a way to understand how much data actually being consumed when I'm having a session like this with you guys. Okay, but on an average, I Googled and I figured that there is some indication that we have. And in a group session like this, where you have 15, 20 people listening to me, each individual is consuming something around 675 MB an hour at like 720p kind of a resolution. Okay, if I go very low, I can even get away with 450 MB download and 450 MB upload. In a normal resolution, the kind of resolution that we are working with right now, think we should be consuming something in the region of 675 MB an hour to download and 675 MB upload, total 1.35 GB. Now, consider what I said earlier. A family has an allowance of 1.5 GB. What is left with them? Nothing. I mean, there is nothing that they can do later on. Once a child finishes learning for an hour from the teacher, and then father finishes the day's work online, there's nothing really left for them. Okay, so we realized that there must be some way, and after the lockdown, we really started taking a lot of classes, and this was the main complaint that we always get, that my data got over, I couldn't join your class because, well, I didn't have data in my phone. Yeah, and at that point of time, we started realizing that, yes, my time has come. I need to integrate something which is low on data with Moodle so that I can continue teaching. And that's where the radio, IP radio comes into the picture. Even at 128 kbps of sampling rate, all that I consume is 57.6 MB an hour, okay? Look, at 128 kbps, I can actually stream music, okay? High fidelity music. If I was a music teacher, probably I need 128 kbps of streaming when I talk to my students. But if I'm just teaching math or geography or science, well, I can go down as low as 32 kbps. And 32 kbps, my consumption of data or my students' consumption of data is not going to be more than 28.8 MB an hour. Wow, I'm having a huge data saving. Well, having said that, now I will actually take you through how we do this. Okay, now let me put it this way, that there's nothing much that we need to do from the Moodle side to be able to really stream my lesson from Moodle. I don't really need to do much, but from the backend side, from the radio side, I have to do a couple of things. That is, I have to have an encoding server. Now, if you have a spare computer lying at home, you can make your own encoding server. Just install any kind of a Linux or Linux server, or maybe a Windows server, whatever you prefer. I prefer Linux, so I would just go for either Debian or Ubuntu server, and then straight away install a couple of applications. The main thing that I need to install is Liquid Soap and Icecast. Okay, these are the two very important applications that I need to install. Icecast, being an open source project, is rock solid. I mean, you can really depend, you can actually rely on it for your life, really it's a good project. Well, let me also put it this way, that Icecast is just a core of application. And many applications are built on Icecast server. And the one that I use for my radio broadcast from within Moodle is called AzuraCast. Again, an open source project, a wonderful interface, and just about everything it has that you need to be able to broadcast as a teacher. And yeah, it's wonderful. So I'm just going to share my screen right now and basically show you. Let's just do it. Just give me a second. Okay, here I am. Allow. Yeah, it's coming up. Okay, so yeah, this is my screen of AzuraCast. Basically, I have a couple of facilities here. I have a kind of an embedment code which I can use and put it straight into a Moodle HTML page. I have a streamer, which is the most important thing. If you see here, there's a streamer. I have to create a streamer for a teacher to be able to broadcast and speak to the students directly. Now, streamer accounts are here. Basically, I can create as many teachers as I like. Right now, I've just created one. You create a username. I've created a username called source, but you can create anything that you like and create a password, yeah, and keep it ready. Now, if you go to Moodle, hold on, not this one. Yeah, here, extend my session. Okay, my session is Just give me a second, I'm logging in again. Oh. Yeah, everything is slow. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I go to my home and this is the course that I've created using Radio for Learning. And here I am. This is how a student's going to see. Okay, once I click on Radio for Math, it's a kind of an activity. Yeah, sort of a player opens up and I can tune in my radio. I start playing. Okay, some music is playing right now. Some music is playing right now. Let math be your music to your child's ear. I mean, it's a wonderful idea. It doesn't happen though. But well, I mean, this is how a child is going to listen, or students is going to listen to my radio broadcast. For a teacher, I go back. There is a broadcast your lesson here, which I've
I think we've gone on mute.
Hello. Yeah, Herman, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Did you mute your video?
I'll make you like a presenter again.
I can't unmute it. Oh.
But still, you're still muted, Herman. Don't know why. Adria, are you there?
I think he's gone.
I need to share my screen. I'm not the presenter.
You are the presenter.
No, I don't have share my screen icon here.
Okay, try it again now.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sorry for that interruption. And here I'm again. As a teacher, I will see this screen, and when I'm ready to broadcast, this is the page that will open up. And because this is an HTML5 interface, basically it will ask me to grab my microphone. So I'm giving access to my webcam microphone. Okay, and here it is now. Okay, now here I have to give my credentials, which I had made earlier for myself. Okay, and then I start streaming. Okay, and I'm online right now. The moment I activate my mic, and here I go, my dear friends and my students. Today we are going to talk about math. Forget about it. I'm not listening. Okay, so this is exactly how you go online, on air, and actually broadcast your lessons to your students. When you are done, let me explain this phase for you. Let me explain this phase for you. We have playlist 1 and playlist 2 and a mixer. Well, as I told you, all these applications are made for other purposes. Like, I'm actually trying to repurpose something that is made for running a professional internet radio. I'm actually broadcasting to my students teaching math. So I may not need to use playlist 1 and playlist 2 and a mixer. I'm just using my mic, and that's it. I am addressing to my students, and that's it. Now, let me explain that you must be thinking, all of you must be thinking that, well, all this is fine, but what about the interactivity? Teaching is not about just listening to the teacher. Yeah, I mean, agreed, totally agreed. Teaching and learning is not about listening to your teacher. You need to interact, you need to do things. Well, that's a limitation of system. But just imagine, what are we doing now? You guys are listening to me, and there's another channel opened up for you to interact with me, send me questions, blah, blah, blah. Same thing can be done, given the fact that we have certain problems. We have a data access is not equal in this world. Some people have more data than the other. Till the time we equalize, bring justice to the world in terms of data, we have to find ways around. And this is one of the way around where, I can actually teach, I can reach out to the student at a very low consumption of data. Well, the limitation is that my students cannot directly interact with me on the system as I would probably do in Big Blue Button or Zoom or something. But yeah, I mean, I can just make a WhatsApp group or use any other means to interact with you. Yeah, so this is how, when you are done, you can just say stop streaming, and that's it. I think it's done. You have integrated radio into your teaching. I think I'm done. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm good in time. If there are any questions, I am here.
I think was there any questions?
Yeah, well, on forum, Frank Koch, asks if you could provide links to different software packages you are using. But I think probably, I don't know if maybe on the forum itself you could.
I'll do that. Yeah, after the session, I'll go straight to the forum and provide all the links, and I'll be available there.
Okay.
Any other questions?
On the forum, it doesn't look like there are any questions. So I think Very good.
Okay, fantastic. If there's not any questions, we say thank you to you for your presentation, and we will close the session, so we will be getting ready for the new one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Yasmin from Moodle, and I want to tell you in under 1 minute just how easy it is to try out our amazing Moodle plugin, so hold on tight. First, log in using the teacher username and password. Then log in as the teacher by clicking Login. Once you have logged in, click on the demo course, then click Turn Editing On at the top of the course page. You'll now see the option to click on Add an activity or resource at the bottom of the course page. Once you have clicked on this, choose the assignment activity. Type in an assignment name, and then, this is where the magic begins, click on the Moodle button. Here you can upload a video, record your webcam, your screen, or even check out who's watched your videos and how engaged they were with them. Once you've gone through the process of adding your media contents, make sure you select video assignment as one of your submission types. That way, when you log back in using the student username and password, you'll be able to use Moodle to submit a video assignment as well. Moodle can also be used to add video via its own activity or anywhere where the text editor appears in Moodle. So there you go. As promised, that's how you use Moodle's amazing Moodle plugin in under a minute. This is just a small part of what Moodle does, so if you want to learn more, just need some more help getting started, connect with us at www.moodle.com/Moodle.
Welcome everyone to day 3 of Moodle Moots. You're in the education room and we're here this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you are around the world, with Nora and Mehrun in Bangladesh, presenting from Save the Children Australia a concept of getting idea to the proof of concept. So what we'll do is we'll pass across to these ladies, and I will ask for any listeners out there. There is, if you're logged into Big Blue Button, an opportunity to ask questions as we go. Otherwise, in the forum, there is Q&A that we can also look at the end. So thank you very much for joining us, ladies, and over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished guest, this is Mehrun Nahar from Save the Children in Bangladesh. And I'm working as a project director in education sector of Save the Children. And here we have 2 presenters from Save the Children, and me and also Nora. So now over to Nora.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be with you. I'm joining from Melbourne. So I'm the head of the education team at Save the Children Australia, and I worked very closely with Mehrun, we call her Shapna, and we designed together and piloted the innovation we call AGNEE, Adolescent Girl Non-Formal Education in Emergencies. Our presentation will have 2 parts. So the first part, I will take you through the journey on how we designed and how we came up with the AGNEE idea, and why we presented this innovation to the EIE MICTA Challenge. And the second part, Shapna will share with you the lesson learned and results of this innovation. So why AGNEE? The first time I visited Cox's Bazar, as you may know, Cox's Bazar is this district located in the southeast western part of Bangladesh. It is bordering Myanmar, and it has a very important refugee population coming from the Rakhine state. So the first time I went there with our colleague from Save Bangladesh and visited the refugee camp, I was very sad to see there was a significant number of adolescent girls who were out of school. And there were a lot of reasons why these girls were not in school. But we conducted a survey in the initial refugee camp we've been supporting for a long time, since 2004. And we noticed that 85% of girls who completed their primary education, unfortunately, did not transition to secondary school. Why so? And we found out that one of the reasons was their parent, their community, didn't send them to school. Once they reached puberty, the social cultural norm denied their right to education, but much more because they were also isolated, vulnerable to child marriage, exposed to trafficking, as well as child labor, particularly within their own household. And so this is how we came up with the idea of a blended learning course designed for these vulnerable girls living in refugee camps and host communities. They were hard to reach and had limited mobility. And this was obviously really like 2 years before COVID. So designing blending learning course, offering this type of distance education using technology was not something you could find easily. I think we've progressed a bit with the COVID-19 response, but there's a lot to learn for this type of programming to scale. And so we want this, we designed an initial concept, and we were through a 9-month competition, the Education in Emergency MICTA. It's a challenge, a global challenge managed by the DFAT and OpenIDEO. And among the 360 applicants, we were one of the 7 winners. And we received an award to test our initial concept. And so, as you can see here, the idea was to develop the blended learning course but very much for non-formal accelerated education, using already content but adapting it so it could be put online and digitized. We felt that we needed even to add a face-to-face weekly session. Even if these girls were not allowed to go to school, we will bring a tutor to their home, find a home within the community where they will be able to attend this session with other girls, a limited number of 5 to 7 girls. We felt that we will provide them as well the workbook, learning material, a solar lamp so they can study at home, engage in self-learning, and have maybe a device, we're not sure, a tablet or an Android device where they could not only have self-e-learning on their own, but also connect through WhatsApp and also social media with their peers and engage in peer-to-peer learning activities. And this initial concept, we felt that there was a lot of things we wanted to test and learn with the communities, because one of the reasons these girls were not going to school was primarily because of the social norm. So in our theory of change, our overall objective was to ensure that these girls improve their literacy, numeracy, as well as social and emotional learning outcome through participation in the blended learning course. And we wanted to put the girls really at the center of this theory of change. And we felt that we needed to test some assumption of their capacity to engage in learning. These girls may have dropped out of school many years ago, or maybe they had never any exposure to education. So we needed to start with this assumption that possibly they will not engage. And so that would be something that we needed to work on in very early stage. And there are another element here in the right side of the theory of change with the tutors themselves. For the tutor to be able to go to their home, we couldn't bring people that were outside of the community. Obviously, we couldn't bring any male. So we needed to look at female tutor from the community, vetted by the community. But in this case, it was very likely that this tutor would have limited, there will not be certified teachers. We were not sure about their own capacity to engage in remote education using technology such as Moodle, as well as what was the digital literacy. And finally, another important component of this theory of change was the parent, the relative, and in particular the male relatives. We wanted to engage them very early on, so we learned from them how they could influence the design of this program and make the change that they will feel comfortable with, to ensure that there was a strong buy-in from them. So what we did, we used the human-centered design approach, where instead of having like a fixed design from the time we won the awards, the challenge, we decided to just try things, iterate, learn from the community and change. So during the first preparatory phase, the 3 first months, obviously we went through the recruitment process of our own team, we selected some area, but we did a lot of consultations and conducted a baseline when we assessed the literacy, numeracy, and social emotional learning outcome levels of the girls themselves. And it was quite interesting. We even went through this shadowing of girls and their family members to be able to see if actually they had any time to dedicate to education. And it was quite good to see that despite their heavy engagement in all these household chores, they could find some time to study. The second phase, the prototype, was actually the most important phase, because we started with a cohort, 3 areas, 3 cohort of a total of 60 girls. And during 6 months, we tested 3 prototypes. 1 prototype with no tech, so just the paper-based approach and the face-to-face tutoring session, peer learning, and so on. And then a prototype with a tablet and a prototype with an Android device, like a smartphone. And we conducted a midline, and what we learned from the midline is actually there were higher learning gains with the prototype, obviously with the tech prototype, so that was a good learning, but also slightly higher results for the Android device. And through our qualitative study and analysis, we discovered as well that girls, they preferred the smartphone because it was easier to carry, easier to store and hide and keep safe. And it was just a technology that was more, I think, common within their area where they lived instead of the tablets. Another interesting learning we had from the prototype phase was that actually the community was so interested in the project through all the consultation, and they were comfortable with the tutors they selected themselves from the community, that they were fine for the girls to attend weekly daily session, like five times a week, a 2-hour session with other peers and the tutor. So we changed this and increased the tutoring session, which was obviously good for the learning. And the final phase, the pilot, this is where we scaled to a number of areas in Cox's Bazar and the host communities, and we included an additional 300 girls, and this led it to the end line. So that was our journey for the design and the testing of our initial concept, and I will hand over now to Shapna for the next part of our presentation. Over to you, Shapna.
Thank you so much, Nora. After Nora, I'm sharing AGNEE lessons learned, achievement, and challenges. So first of all, I will talk on tutors, LMS, communities, and adolescent girls' lessons learned, achievement, and challenges. So lessons, what we have learned from the tutors and LMS. When we have recruited these teachers, we have seen the teachers' capacity was not up to the mark because these teachers were actually from the fresh graduated from the university, and they don't have actually experience on blended learning course, which already Nora shared this our journey with this AGNEE innovation that we implemented blended curriculum in our AGNEE innovation. So after recruit of the teachers, what we have done, we conducted training for the teachers for building their capacity and on blended learning course, and we provided basic training, refreshers training, and also we supervise these teachers in their group sessions. And what we have done, we also provided Android devices usage training for this teacher. And after this training, what we have seen that the teachers' motivation was so high, and they shared that they would continue their teaching with AGNEE girls at least once in a week when this innovation will be phased out. So these from the tutors, but there are some lessons from the LMS. As you know that we have implemented this innovation in the remotest area of Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, where adolescent girls from Rohingya and also from Bangladesh host community are staying and living. So in these remotest communities, this did not have that much good 3G internet coverage, and Moodle app did not have a lot of the required features for offline learning. And due to weak internet, in the intervention areas, it was sometimes difficult to download the content. And the app also did not support offline distribution of content via SD card and etc. And another one lessons we have that once content was downloaded, the app no longer could track the usage of the content by the learner. And also another one that we face challenges with legacy content which were not compatible with Moodle platform. And also regarding the assessment quizzes were limited to only online participation. There were no offline assessment option, also required more child-friendly assessment option. These are the things
Shabna,
yes?
Sorry to interrupt, but we can't see your slides progressing. Are you able to pass the presentation back to Nora while you speak?
Okay. Can you?
Well, or whatever's easiest.
No?
Thank you.
Okay,
We've just got a couple of minutes left before Q&A. Sorry about that.
So these are from the tutors and LMS. Now you can see the slide of communities. In the communities, we have seen that parents were not motivated regarding girls' education. But after our innovation and what we have seen, that the motivated due to our home visit meeting, and also we formed the management committee. And we didn't intervene in the community without their consent. And we visited frequently their home to motivate them regarding girls' education and also blended learning course. Now I'm focusing on the target beneficiaries. Now you can see the slide of these are the girls, adolescent girls, those who are a group. They are learning through the app, mobile app, and also the pen and paper. So these beneficiary girls actually that not much actually willingness that they have, and their tendency to drop out because they were traumatized of early marriage, engaged in household chores, and also there are sudden migration. But after our innovation, each AGNEE girls' competency level improved their engagement and increased knowledge on mobile usage and gain knowledge on how to operate in LMS and how to do the password and login. And also they have effectively done that after our intervention. Girls also improved their learning at home through their WhatsApp and also the mobile app. And girls also grouped at home in WhatsApp, and they exchange their photos and also their poems and their drawing with their peers through WhatsApp. And also we have seen girls' motivation was so high to continue the learning beyond the end of the innovation. And through this mobile, through this WhatsApp, teachers also communicated with them for their learning help. And now I'm coming to the communities. Communities also not motivated, but what I already said that after the intervention, the communities are also very much interested to continue their things. So in spite of these challenges, AGNEE innovation successfully completed, which I want to share through this graph. Now you can see one graph. This is the lesson learned and result, and what we have seen in the baseline and end line. You can see in the graph line that the slide is analyzing the progression of the adolescent girls' literacy and numeracy from baseline to end line. And these are the maroon color. This is the lower basic, and the yellow color is upper basic, green color is intermediate level, and advanced is turquoise color. So what you can see that in English literacy at baseline is 46.9%, where in lower basic and only 1.2% girls in advanced level. 1.2% in advanced level. In comparison to baseline, you can see in the end line, only 0.2%, are in lower basic. Most of the girls are in intermediate level, which is 50.4%, and 46.1% are in advanced level. So, in the case of math, what we can see, there is a significant progress in basic to intermediate level. In the baseline, 70.7% in lower basic, but in the end line, only 4.3% is the lower basic. But girls did not improve their progress like English and Bangla because of there are some limitations in the math. That's why they didn't do that. So what I want to share that when our innovation is phased out in 2018 October, we wanted to continue this innovation as there were community acceptance and motivated community. AGNEE girls are very much interested and teachers also very much motivated, but we couldn't able to do that because of our fund constraint. So now I'm going to finish my presentation with a touchy quote from a girl named Gulzar who lost her father and expressed her emotion in a case that she said to us, I can write all English and Bangla alphabets without anyone's help. My biggest accomplishment since journey AGNEE has been the moment when I could write my father's name all by myself. I miss him a lot and he would have been very proud of me today. So that's all from my side. If there is any question, please.
Yes, we probably don't have time. We haven't received any questions through the forum, but I'll just remind users that if you'd like to ask any questions, the education forum discussion is the best way to go. We do have some really lovely feedback though coming through. For example, from Dan saying, nice work, great to see the improvements in literacy and numeracy. And also from Michelle in India saying hello, and it's nice to see the girls from Bangladesh using Moodle. So Nora and Shatna, thank you ever so much for that presentation. It's wonderful to hear about the great work Save the Children Australia are doing. It's been an absolute pleasure. And just to remind users to, if you do have any further questions, please go to the Education Forum.
Thank you, everyone.
My name is Seb Francis and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company is a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive improvement in terms of the level of people inquiring to us and looking for further professional development, both formal regulatory training and also more informal training and professional development. For us, I think the trends are a lot around personalisation of learning and gamification of learning as well. So, as I mentioned with the informal piece of learning, people want to learn when it works for them, how it works for them, whether that be on different devices or in different places. So the personalisation side is massive. Also a lot around analytics, I think. So understanding, is the training actually working, as opposed to just doing it for the sake of doing it. The game changer, I think what the game changers are a lot around the client and the company working well together. So not to take away from anything that Moodle does, but we often say that about 80% of the features of LMSs is going to be similar. So working with a company that understands you, can configure the platform, and more importantly support you in the long run is a big game changer. Also content and having readily available content to save the users time and get stuff out there to their staff and employees.
Hi, my name is Pallavi Bajaj. I'm one of the owners of Ballistic Learning Private Limited in India, a Moodle partner. And Lokesh Nair and Pankaj Somani are the leads on my client engagement team. So the higher ed market in India is big, it's skill intensive, it's untapped, it's evolving, and it now has the full force of the government's open source policy mandate behind it. So it's an exciting market to be in.
Sorry? Do you want me to exit and come back in again? Because it's showing the video for me, but if it's not showing it for you, then it could be a problem.
What?
I've got a picture of me at the top of the screen. I can see myself in video in the page. Are you saying you can't see that?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I'll exit and come back into the room again because that...
Okay.
Okay, we'll do it again. Quick reboot.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Thanks. Welcome back, Moodle Moot audience, to day 3 in the education room. We're joined here by Dan Marsden from Catalyst IT, who'll be stepping us through using Moodle Analytics to identify students who may need additional support. As we go, if you have any questions, feel free to use the chat or the forum discussion, and we will revise those towards the end. Over to you, Dan.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. I've been really excited to share some of this work that we've been doing for Canterbury University because it's something I've been working on from about September last year. I'm based in Christchurch, New Zealand, so I'm probably from most of your future. It's 7:30 at night here. I've just managed to send all my children to bed, so hopefully none of them pop in over the side or start asking for an extra drink or something before they go to sleep. But all good. Canterbury came to us probably about mid last year to talk a wee bit about how they were reporting on their students, and they had a number of sort of objectives. If I get the right screen here, they wanted to monitor the academic engagement of their students. They wanted to identify students that might need some extra support, and they wanted to proactively support those students and connect them to wider services. They have a large number of different sort of student services within the university, as do many universities, from academic support to specific groups. And they brought all of these groups together to talk about trying to have a managed approach that allows them to feed students into those support services in a more timely manner. We talked quite early on about the different methods of reporting. Quite often you have a solution where you are reporting on a specific thing like attendance or engagement. Moodle has this cool thing called the analytics engine, which uses machine learning, which is quite a different approach for generating reports or identifying students. It's where you feed all this large amount of data into an artificial intelligence or a machine learning toolkit, and then it spits out predictions based on that large data set. We don't know what data is important, but we do know we can identify students from our logs or our previous years that have disengaged or have dropped out of the course, and we can identify their patterns of behaviour and feed that into a model that says this is the sort of behaviour we're trying to predict. Moodle has this integration with a product called TensorFlow, which is created by Google. We all know Google. So it's well maintained and looked after, and it allows you to feed large amounts of data into a machine learning backend and then get predictions back. Moodle has this existing model called the Students at Risk of Dropping Out that's already been created based on a large amount of feedback and a large amount of development effort. So we wanted to leverage that to start with at Canterbury. So the Students at Risk of Dropping Out model inside Moodle, I'm going to give you a wee bit of an intro on how the analytics work inside Moodle before I get into how Canterbury are using it. Uses a well-known model called the Community of Inquiry model, and it breaks things down into cognitive, social, and a teacher presence. And I'll break them down into a wee bit more detail just to give you an initial overview. So the cognitive depth sort of gets broken down into various levels from just viewing an activity or to something a little bit more complex, viewing feedback or providing feedback to the teacher or revising and resubmitting content after that sort of feedback has been received. So cognitively, there's a few different levels, and also socially. There are a number of different levels, and these vary depending on the activity inside Moodle that's being used or your course design. So social breadth is pretty straightforward. Again, you know, at the bottom we have someone that's not interacted at all. To at the top level, you might have interacted outside the online environment, and that's something that's not very well supported across all the many of the activity types. But I'll go into that a bit more. I won't run through all of these. A lot of this stuff's available on the wiki as well. So in the discussion forum afterwards, I'll post some links and we can sort of talk about it a bit more further. This is kind of a breakdown. This is blatantly stolen from Elizabeth Dalton's documentation on the Moodle Docs wiki page that kind of gives you an idea of where different activities in Moodle sit. Up the top, you have the different levels of social breadth, and down the left, you have the different levels of cognitive depth. And each one of these icons represents a Moodle activity type. You might recognize some things in there like the SCORM package or the H5P package, or Turnitin's in there somewhere too. Big Blue Button's in there as well. And it gives you an idea of kind of what levels the activities support. So Big Blue Button has quite a large cognitive depth and a sort of a medium social breadth as well. So it's something that you can have a large number of indicators on, whereas some of the static resources like a file or a content page aren't going to give you much information. We also talked a lot with Canterbury about where is the information that we want about students and what can we feed into this system. And obviously at the top's the learning management system, Moodle. Lots of the interactions from students are inside the Moodle platform, but there are lots of other systems within the organization that contain information that's really useful for this sort of project. That's either characteristic based information about the individual or actual information about their interactions, like a library system, a student management system. Third-party tools as well, Eco360 and Turnitin. Eco360 posed a bit of a challenge for us, and I can talk a bit about that a bit more later on. We wanted to be able, Eco360 is a lecture capturing product, and Canterbury, we're using that to put all their lectures online. And ideally what we want to do is we want to be able to say, this student has viewed more than 4 hours worth of video this week, and feed that into the analytics engine, rather than just they've clicked on a link inside the page. And at the moment, the existing integration we had was pretty much just they've clicked on a link. But we wanted to get a bit more detailed about that, and that's kind of being a big focus for us in the next phase. So we wanted to look at avoiding creepy data, really technical term there. But quite at the forefront of all of this work we did for Canterbury was privacy. We talked significantly with a large number of stakeholders within the institution, with staff, students, specific groups, particularly around privacy. We wanted to make sure that anything we did was going to be very transparent to the end user, so that students could see what data was being used, what it was being used for, and have some sort of idea of the benefits of that sort of thing. So we wanted to make sure as well that we were avoiding creepy data. Creepy data tend to be some of the demographic information. You know, you start getting a little bit, people can be very sensitive when you start feeding out information about Indigenous people, or in New Zealand we have a Māori contingent. We also have a large number of people from the Pacific Islands, and we have a large number of other people from other demographics or different countries. So being very careful about what data we used in this analytics toolkit was quite at the forefront of that sort of scenario. We also wanted a minimum viable product. We wanted to get something up and running, and they wanted to target their first semester students for this current semester, so that they started about early February. Then, of course, COVID hit, and so all of a sudden we wanted to release this very quickly to a larger group of courses, and so we rolled this out quite quickly to second, third, and fourth year courses as well, and making some information available for all teachers within the platform. We also targeted some very specific data. Students' age, their first year of study, the admission reason, and a number of other characteristics that we could get from the student information system, and also a student survey that the students fill out at the start of the year that we were able to feed into the analytics. One of the difficulties with this is that when you're relying on new information, you don't have that information for your students in the previous semester. So we could train our data set or our machine learning based on the information we had about students last year, but this information around the characteristics is going to become a lot more useful to us in semester 2, because we've got that historical data from semester 1 that we can use to train the machine learning model. I won't go too much into that, but we can talk about that further in the forums if useful. So in standard Moodle, you have a couple of basic reports. One, you have this report that's shown to a teacher about a particular model that gives them a list of users and predictions. So it's just Dan Marsden is at risk of dropping out or meets this particular target. It's just a simple Boolean, a yes-no flag, and it doesn't really give you a lot of information. We modified this so that we get a probability score or a regression score. So it says Dan Marsden on this date was predicted, and we have a regression score which comes from the machine learning back end of maybe 73% for this particular user, or this particular user might have 86%. And we're using those regressions to try and tune our actions after receiving these, because we might want to target everyone with a regression score above 80%, or we might find that, in fact, we want to target everyone above 70% or what have you. When you click on one of those predictions inside Moodle, you get this report that kind of shows the indicators that are made up of this particular prediction. This is still in the teacher view. They can see the different indicators that were fed in for that particular prediction. And it's a bit overwhelming for teachers viewing this, because they don't really understand necessarily what each one means, like a course potential, cognitive depth is there, and various other bits and pieces. So we wanted to try and simplify this quite significantly. We had a number of issues. TensorFlow Moodle package wasn't really production ready. We had to make a number of changes to improve that to make it run in a sort of a large production scale. We also added the probability scores. There were no ways for a student to see any of this information or have an understanding that it was happening. The teacher reporting is a bit limited. There's no site level reporting, which was massively important for Canterbury. And the existing models that were built didn't really capture everything we wanted. Students at risk of dropping out was one target, but that didn't cover everything that we needed. So we built a number of things. We created a student report. They get a block on their dashboard that they can hide or show that gives them a bit of an idea of how they're engaging in the course. This isn't the typical clicks that you get from an engagement or views. This is kind of aggregating all of those indicator values, mainly the interactive ones, not the characteristics, and trying to put them into a single graph and showing students where they sit. They can sort of view an overview, or they can view that down by individual course. We also built this teacher report, which also feeds into that same sort of data, and teachers can choose which group of users they want to look at. They can look at the high engaging users, the low engaging users, and they can bulk message them. They can also see students that haven't accessed the course yet. We've played around a lot with these different sort of reports and tuned them a bit over time based on the needs. But this became really useful during COVID because it allowed the team to identify students that may not have actually been able to get back into New Zealand. We've done quite well with COVID in New Zealand, but we shut our borders, and so quite a lot of our international student contingents weren't able to come into the country. This was also used a wee bit to identify students that when we did go into lockdown at one point, this was able to identify a number of students that didn't have access to hardware or laptops, and the university was able to reach out to them and provide hardware to them. One of the core bits we did was developing this export tool that allows you to export predictions across all courses, because in Moodle at the moment it's all very course centric. You only get a report for an individual course, but they wanted to do sort of manage this in a centralized manner. So they get at basically in the timeframes they select a report that generates a CSV. They put that into a CRM. And then they send out automatic text to all students that are identified in the system and saying, "Hey, how's it going? Is everything going well? Can we do anything? Can we help?" And quite often students would come back and say, "Hey, yes, I haven't logged in, or I haven't done anything because I don't have a laptop, and or I don't have internet connection, and we're in lockdown." And they're able to engage with them with IT services or potentially other support services that might help. They're also able to identify students that get predictions across multiple courses and are able to target them slightly differently. They're also able to identify when a student is generated a prediction in a subsequent week. So if they generated a prediction last week, we sent them a text, they generate another prediction this week, well, maybe that's a human contact, and so someone picks up the phone. Or if they're an on-site student, we have a number of, at Canterbury, they have a number of residential halls where students live on site, on campus. If they're on campus, they'll be able to identify that and give their residential hall supervisor a call, and that person could go and knock on the door and saying, "Hey, is everything going okay? Is there anything we can help with?" And they can get a physical face-to-face contact. So they worked very hard to make this a very centralized, managed process. It's all very well us developing reports and generating them inside Moodle, but actually doing something with those reports and actioning that has been very valuable for them. I think. Oh, so the centralized. I thought I was on the last slide. So they have the coordinator, early alert system coordinator, manages all of those cases through a workflow. And again, that's a human process based around using some of the reports and the technology. But that is, if you take anything away from this process, it's all very well implementing reports and exposing this information, but quite often in large organizations, your teaching staff have many hats and they have to do lots of different things. So having a centralized office that's able to manage these reports or alerts and work through a known workflow is a really valuable part of this whole scenario. The plugins that we developed for Canterbury University, the reports particularly, haven't been released as public plugins yet. Canterbury are very interested to work with any organisation that wants to help improve those, and potentially making them public could be part of that. We fed in a lot of our changes into the core product too. A lot of the changes we made to the TensorFlow backend Moodle stuff all went upstream to the Moodle repositories, and we made a number of changes to the Moodle code itself to improve performance and various other things inside the platform. I've kind of whipped through those slides pretty quick, but if there are any, I think there's some questions in the chat here, I think, but I haven't quite got a chance to read them all.
Yeah, we do have one question, Dan, from the forum. I'll just bring it up now. From David, he asks, was a machine learning or AI expert needed in your team to implement this all, or is it something an average Moodle developer or admin can achieve with available resources and docs?
Yeah, definitely. So it's something you can achieve without having a machine learning expert in your team. We do have a machine learning expert in our team. We have a rock star machine learning expert at Catalyst who helped us work significantly on the TensorFlow back end, and all his work has been made available back into the core product. Unfortunately, Moodle HQ have had some staffing changes. They don't have anyone looking after that TensorFlow back end at the moment. So we're still waiting on a few of those things to be merged into the core product. But the code is definitely there and available for other people to use. TensorFlow is a bit of it's kind of an out of the box sort of thing that isn't as easy to install as Moodle. So you might need to contract a Moodle partner or a technical specialist to help you get up a TensorFlow server. But TensorFlow is also not required for using the Moodle Analytics. You can pretty much just switch it on and use a built-in PHP machine learning thing that doesn't work quite as good as the TensorFlow one, but it still gives you some information out, and you can play with it and get it going. If you're wanting to use this at a large scale, then I definitely recommend using something like TensorFlow. But if you're just wanting to play around, then you can do that without having to install TensorFlow on a separate server.
Yeah, that's the only question we have for the moment. I'll just remind anyone watching to please feel free to go to the forums if you have any other questions. Yeah, so anything in particular you wanted to just finish on there, Dan?
Yeah, it's been a really cool project to work on, and it was done at a time when we didn't know anything about COVID, but became extremely useful for the university when COVID hit. Being able to identify students using some clever algorithms was really, really useful. Although we did find, because all of the algorithms are tuned based on previous behaviour, when COVID hit, the behaviour of our students changed quite significantly. And so that showed some interesting changes to the results, because our student behaviours were, they were using the platforms more than they previously were. But yeah, definitely a very interesting project to work on, and we're keen to work with other people that are interested in implementing something similar.
Fabulous. We've had one last minute question dropped in. What Moodle version were you using?
Yeah, so Canterbury were on Moodle 3.7, but we backported, or we took large amounts of the analytics work that had been done in newer versions and put that into their release. So 3.8 and higher is probably the best way to go, particularly because they have the TensorFlow changes allow you to put TensorFlow on a separate server. In 3.8 and higher. In 3.7, you can't have TensorFlows connected as nicely.
In perfect expectation, we now have a couple of questions flowing through. So we'll try and get to these last two quickly. So TensorFlow and models should ideally run on a dedicated VM, not within Moodle app?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, typically in our environment, we tend to have a multi-server setup. And so we might have 2 web servers and a backend database or clustered scenarios. And TensorFlow needs to sit on something. And because it's not PHP, it's not your standard Moodle PHP web application, it kind of makes sense to sit on its own server. And so we wrap that in Nginx. I'm getting a wee bit technical here. We drop Nginx in front, and Nginx does the SSL HTTPS stuff, and then TensorFlow sits on the server as a Python package. So because it's not your traditional Moodle install, it makes sense to run as a separate server.
Lovely. And last of all, how have the students reacted to this?
Yeah, definitely. So student feedback's been really good. It's been they've been given the opportunity at Canterbury to give feedback throughout the process, both in the early stages when it was under development until and during the semester. One of the early pieces of feedback, the student graphs that I showed you before, we started with showing an individual line that showed the average engagement, kind of engagement score, and then their engagement. And the feedback was that they kind of wanted to meet that target all the time of the single line. So we turned it into a bar. So we basically stretched that line out using standard deviation so they can sit within that average deviation. And then we also had other feedback from students saying, actually, that's putting a whole lot of pressure on me to, try and get my engagement level to the same level as everyone else, or make it always sit above the high line. And so the communication with students has been, well, you're fine. If you're worried about trying to be at the top of the line, the likelihood is that you're not actually, you're not what this is being targeted at. So just hide it. And so they have the ability to hide that block basically on their dashboard.
There's definitely pros and cons to that sort of contextualized information. I can see there are a couple of comments coming through, people who are keen to get in touch. So just to remind everyone, any further questions we'll leave for the forum. But yeah, it was fantastic to hear about how you're able to aggregate that data, both qualitative and quantitative, especially in current climate. Yeah, thank you so much for your time, Dan. It was an absolute pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those.
Hi, I'm Fred Dixon. I'm the product manager for Big Blue Button, the open source web conferencing system for online learning. Welcome to the Moodle Mood. You will be using Big Blue Button for some of the sessions, which makes us very happy. What is different about Big Blue Button than maybe any other web conferencing system you've used? It's because we focus on one market, which is online learning. And you can see if you look at the downloads of the Big Blue Button BN plugin, which I think is about 16,000 sites now are using it. We're the third most popular plugin on Moodle.org. And we have pretty much all the capabilities you're looking for in a standard web conferencing system. Real-time sharing of audio, video, slides, chat, breakout rooms, polling, shared notes. But our focus has always been on online learning. So if you check out the Big Blue Button BN plugin, you'll see it's very deeply integrated with Moodle. If you try Big Blue Button out, you'll see there's lots of ways for the instructor to engage. And I also have the hat of the CEO of Blindside Networks. If you ever do hosting through Blindside Networks, we can offer you some analytics as well in terms of what students did during the session. And those would be visible to the instructor as well. So do try out Big Blue Button. Because of COVID-19, we've just seen an explosion of interest of it around the world, some very large-scale deployments, and it just makes us very happy to see our product helping teachers engage remote students in a high-quality online learning experience. Have a good mood.
Welcome back, Moodle Moot users, to Moodle Moot 2020 online. We have Gavin and Karen from Brickfield Education Labs ready to present to us in regards to moving lecturers and educators towards more blended provisions of their courses, bearing in mind not being specialists in their web or accessibility experts. So thanks for joining us, and over to you.
Hi there. So I'm Gavin Henrik from Brickfield Education Labs. A lot of you probably know me from various Moodle Moots in the past.
I'm Karen Holland, and I'm working with Gavin in Brickfield as well.
And she's also my wife, but hey, only took 30 years. So today we're going to be talking about accessibility for teachers. And one of the key things we're going to be using is an aspect of accessibility, which is providing subtitles. So I see 6 have already joined. We're going to wait 1 or 2 minutes while people are accessing PowerPoint Live. So what this is, we're using PowerPoint to actually present our presentation. And on this screen, it's actually going to be showing our slides and then a full transcript beside it in English. And then you can also choose to go into other languages. It's, you know, it's better than nothing. It's not as good as a real-time captioner, but certainly with automatic subtitles, I feel that the PowerPoint Live is a pretty good solution out there at the moment. So 14 at the moment. Let's just see, is there anyone else? And okay, so let's kick this off then. And that URL will be at the top of any of our slides as we're going through the presentation. Okay, so I'm now going to move that away. Great. So accessibility for teachers. You know, accessibility is an interesting topic. We all use accessibility features probably without thinking about them. You might use an elevator, which is originally an accessibility feature. You might use subtitles on a video while you're in a very boring meeting and watching that really cool cat or goat video, which has subtitles on it. So these are the kind of things that you might already be using. You also might be tabbing through an Excel document or a forum on a web page. And that's another accessibility feature. So you're already using these things without knowing. Accessibility, as it stands, isn't just for people with a disability. It's for everybody. It's about improving education in this context, education outcomes for everybody. So, accessibility, usability, and inclusion, 3 powerful words, and they're really intertwined in how we go about delivering teaching and learning. And it's about creating a web that works for everyone, not just for people without a disability, and not just for people with a disability. You may have read recently, and I think it's about 6 months ago now, where Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the web, was one of the people behind this new contract for the web. And if you haven't heard about it, I really suggest you go and look at the website, read through these principles. But the fourth principle was key. It was about internet affordability and accessible to everyone, no matter what culture, race, skill, disability, and ability, and otherwise. So it's a really important principle, and it's something which we absolutely should be including in our teaching and learning. So what does accessibility mean? Well, it means a lot of things to different people, but it means availability. So things are available to everybody. Inclusion, that nobody is excluded. Usability, so it's something that everybody is able to just use it easily. It's following standards. So there are internationally agreed guidelines, as they call them, on the different things that should be happening in web content. So that's Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG, for those who don't know. And then predictability. Accessibility is more than just technical. It's also about predictable. How many times do you go into a Moodle site where every course is laid out completely differently? And this is just confusing everybody sometimes. Where's your slides from week 1 in each of your modules? Could be named and positioned totally differently in each different course. It's also about reducing the negative impact of disabilities on access. And that's where a lot of what we're talking about now is going to come into play. So before we go any further, I just want you to take a moment and reflect. And this is a workshop, so there'll be 4 occasions in this that we get you to do something or think something. But I'd like to think about how accessibility impacts your teaching practice, your development practice, your administration practice, whether you have a disability, either permanent or temporary. So have you got that broken arm so you don't have 2 hands now, so using a keyboard and a mouse might be more difficult? Or are you carrying your kid and therefore you're looking after that and you don't have 2 hands? Or have you got a permanent disability? There's so many different options, and there's different types of disability. So how does accessibility fit into your practice? I'd just like you to write that down yourself now, just as a note. Okay. So I want you to think about that as we go through this workshop. So online, web content is what we often build in Moodle. We're building using the text editor, and we're building HTML, for those who know what it technically is, adding in media and other bits and pieces. So what's the important aspects of this that you're going to have to take into account? So the Atto editor has a number of different features available to try and make it better. And as was mentioned earlier in Sanders 3.9 session, we submitted back some of the improvements that we have in our version of Atto back into Moodle Core, which we're very delighted to do. So it has an accessibility checker, which checks 7 very common issues. It has a screen reader checker, and it has prompts when adding media, like now, when you add an image, instead of before where it's saying description not necessary as a tick box, it's asking you more, is this image decorative? So, and that's key. It's about thinking about what you're doing. And then you got prompts when you're adding tables, and then also feature-rich equation editors using MathJax. And these are key things. So the editor is really important. It's really important because it is your gateway to creating content. But it's not the only important thing. All of the other things you can think about yourself.
So we have, when you're thinking about text, what you need to consider is that you have enough color contrast, especially when the text is smaller in font, that you avoid using color to assign meaning to a message or some information, that you also include better, that you have consistent naming for, this is the predictability of a user's experience through the text as well, that you're sure to use the lists, that these are a great help to people that have to use assistive technology, because they help to frame and group information, and that you use the right HTML tags. So for instance, that you're using strong instead of bold, and that you're using emphasis instead of italic for these. The difference in using these tags means that screen readers and other assistive technologies can give a better meaning to the text to give them to the user.
Yeah, and that's key. It is about the semantic understanding, because you might bold it, and that's a visual thing. But if you want to put the stronger emphasis on the actual word, that's where strong comes in. And so there are two of the fixes that we also provided back into Atto, because up to 3.8, it was still using bold and I, because they were the standard from the browser. So with links, and we'll show you later some funky stuff with links, it's really important to have a descriptive link. How many times do you find click here, or seeing a URL as www.bbc.com or whatever it might be as the actual text for the link? And I've given you a hint there about one of the reasons why having a URL there is bad. Because if you're a screen reader, and for example, if you were to be reading the URL at the top of this presentation there, it would be, if you had HTTP in front of me, so the link, http://ms/7EU7YEUT. So if you have a really long URL, and you know the way sometimes Moodle URLs are really long, yeah, you don't want that being read at. So you want to, the text should be the target about where it's going to, not the fact it's a URL. And the other aspect is about new windows. So we've all in the past probably been using a new window for any link that's going outside of your Moodle site. Now, why that might seem logical to some, and I must admit at one stage it seemed logical to me, and I was wrong. The main thing here is without telling somebody. So on things like WordPress and Drupal, often you have a little icon showing that it's opening a new window, and they add into the hidden HTML there to say that it's a new window. But within Moodle, there's no such thing, although we've added that in our system. It is something about handling, not confusing people. So on a mobile phone, if you get open a new window, it doesn't handle tabs as well as a desktop browser does. Now, a screen reader is the same. They can't go back. If they've been opened into a new window, they can't click back. So you need to tell them that they're opening a new window. Or as we do, give people an option whether they want to open a new window or not. So these are really important things to consider. And this isn't about the editor. It's about the it's not about the Atto editor. It's about the human editor.
And then you have situations where you need to use your headings correctly. So often you might have a long section of text, and if you don't have headings, you're creating a problem for people to understand just the summary, the overview of that content, and where the subsections might be. So it actually benefits everybody to have proper headings in place. But especially for people using assistive technology, it gives them the headings in advance so that they don't have to be screening all of the content to understand where the different aspects of the content are. So it gives you structure, it gives you context, and also you have to bear in mind that you want to follow the hierarchy of the headings in order. So Moodle, for instance, will always give you the page title, that will be heading 1, and then the subtitle will be heading 2. So when you get to the editor content that you're creating yourself, it starts at header 3, and the Atto editor gives you large, medium, and small headings to keep that order correctly.
Yeah, and that's really, really key. You know, otherwise you can confuse people using that technology. And people often say, but Gavin, the style of them isn't great, you know? And yeah, maybe it's not. So you can fix that with CSS in your theme. So you don't have to try and make a particular heading really big and bright pink or green or yellow, whatever one you want. You actually have to think about that in your theme design. And so clients that we worked with years ago actually really spent a lot of time to make sure their headings were good and accessible. Because it is cool to have them look nice, but they also have to be correctly usable by everybody. So images, watched a great presentation there recently about images, and about how you go about thinking about what your alt text should be for really complicated images. Let's keep it simple at the moment. So one, an image, if it isn't decorative, so if it's not like cute little star or an arrow or something that has no meaning or context on the page, then it doesn't need an alt description, it should be empty because it is decorative only. But if it does have meaning, if it's part of the content, if it is a photograph of something that you want to refer to in your text, give it a description. One of the other changes we did was make the description and the alt text space when you're adding an image, instead of one text box, it's a text area. You can add up to 125 characters. And that's important because it also indicates to you that you're supposed to make something, yes, it's supposed to be succinct, but it's supposed to be sufficiently detailed. And it is important that if you've got lots of text on images, and people often do, like in banners and that kind of thing, repeat it in the alt text. And complex images might need really complicated descriptions, and you might have to do that in an actual description for the image beyond the alt text. And what about color? Often people have lovely green and red for good and bad or whatever it might be. And these are things that aren't great. And if people are colorblind, and don't forget, 1 in 10 men are colorblind, 1 in 20 women. And so 1 in 10 men, if this conference has 1,500 people, which I saw Diego tweet about earlier, that's 150 people watching this conference are colorblind. Think about that for a moment. And then pixelation. You want to have decent quality images so that they're easy to read for everyone and they aren't straining people's eyes. It was interesting watching some presentations over the last few weeks, and the quality of the image is often very hard to read if you have text on it. So, and I'm able to read normally, as in like I have, except I now need reading glasses, but at a distance onto a screen, it was fine. And also no flashing. You don't want to be causing people stress, and there are certain people who have challenges that require them not to be looking at flashing screens. So whether it be medical or neurodiversity or whatever it might be. So you need to consider all people when you're creating content.
So with the multimedia, which is a very popular choice when you're adding content, you need to make sure that you're using an accessible media player. So Moodle already has a very, very good accessible media player built in. It has customizations. You can have the controls on it. You can, it will play in different devices, so it's mobile friendly as well. And then, so when you're adding your multimedia, you need to ensure that you're adding the right information, such as closed captions or subtitles, so that somebody who's going to access this multimedia is able to use it to the greatest extent that they can. So if they're deaf, that they're able to use the closed captions, or if they're, so there's lots of different scenarios where people might be using closed captions. For instance, if the video isn't in their first language, if it's in English and they're, and English is not their first language, that they can follow along, making sure that they're understanding the information correctly. And then that you can add things like text transcripts. So if somebody is having to watch the video in a noisy environment, such as on a factory floor or in public transport when they're traveling, that they're able to access in an alternative format that is easier for their scenario.
Yeah, and I think this is really key, and that's why we're using it here. And I noticed that one of the people in the room has joined in Catalan. I'm not sure what the quality is like there, David, but I hope it's okay. It certainly helps for everybody. And I know this is an international conference, so hopefully the captions or transcript is helping. One of the other things I like about that transcript engine is it tells you when it has changed slide. So tables. Now, it's really important. Just stop using, please, stop using tables for layout. Okay? Don't. I know you want to make your page look amazing. Learn divs. Learn how to use containers and stuff if you want to do layout. If you don't, just let the web page be the web page. There's nothing wrong with text. There's nothing wrong with long pages, you know. Twitter is infinitely long, as are other web pages, for want of a better word. So it should be tabular data only. And you should make sure there's a caption, use headings, you know. Again, people like going, oh, but I want it to be styled the way I want to. Styling is a theme issue, okay? It's not a teacher issue. It shouldn't be a teacher issue. We're not web designers, we're teachers, we're trainers. And then no merge cells. Now, some people call this a myth. It isn't really that it's a myth, it's that sometimes you can use merge cells well, okay? But most people don't, in my experience. In fact, I've only once seen merge cells being used in the correct way, which works sensibly with a screen reader. So avoid them, okay? And the same with nested tables. This is just something which just makes it more difficult for people, for everybody, to be able to understand what you're doing, okay? And with screen readers, it does make it much more difficult. So please, this is just about improving content for everyone. And if you go, oh, wow, you know, my table is really complicated. I want to do really cool things. Make 2 or 3 tables. What's wrong with that? You know, it doesn't have to be one table necessarily. It could be multiple. So think for everybody.
And in actual fact, the auto editor already tries to prevent you doing this because it's the more accessible way of creating content. So it's trying to avoid you making these mistakes to begin with. So it doesn't allow you to nest a table within a table, because tables should be singular for one purpose, really succinct, and create multiple ones if you need to.
Yeah, but if you're using another editor, please, all those options there don't have to be used.
So for the equations, which can be very, very problematic if somebody just creates an image of an equation. This is like the shortcut way of putting your content there. The problem with an image is, even if you try to put an alt description of an equation in, the equation itself can be so complex that you literally run out of space to describe it. Whereas if you use an accessible equation display, such as the Atto equations, or which uses MathJX, it has lots of features. It's accurate, precise, fully accessible, because what it does is it creates a readable string of the equation exactly the way the person would expect it to be read out to them by a person, for instance. So then you have other, make sure that you just use one that's based on something like MathJX, and also Whereas uses MathType is the other fully accessible way of dealing with equations. Because if you have an equation, it's obviously completely relevant to the understanding and the content that somebody needs to draw from it. So it really should be accessible.
Yeah, and Whereas, which I understand, or Wyrus, sorry, are one of the sponsors of the conference. So hi, Ramon on the team.
They do a brilliant job.
They do a brilliant job. And one of the things I love about their system is the handwriting interpretation. Admittedly, it doesn't work for me, but I could barely read by handwriting. So the fact that their tool it could even be read by writing. So, but it's an awesome system. But Moodle has that strong base level functionality there that you should consider. So now you're going to be doing something else, but you're not going to be thinking and reflecting this time. I want you to go to your own Moodle site, and for the next few minutes, and we're going to keep quiet for 3 or 4 minutes here while you go and do this. We want you to go and look at your Moodle site. We want you to open up 1 or 2 pages, books, labels, and just look at your content and reflect on what we have been sharing so far. The text tips, the image tips, the links. Do you have links in there that have click here, download here, go there, which are meaningless unless you read everything around them? Do you have links there which show the URL and really should be the website name? Do you have images there without alt descriptions? I remember we analyzed some courses for an organization there last year, and all of their images had text, description not necessary. In fact, every one of them was part of the content. So some people, because they didn't understand what that meant, and that's why we changed it in 3.9, we contributed in the change to change it to being that this image is decorative only. so that people more understand. It's about using sort of psychology and nudging.
For instance, some of them were on a course main page, that they had a block on the side with the profiles of the different teachers that were actually teaching the course, and so some of these had been ticked. They had all been ticked off. No description necessary, because it wasn't in their mindset. It was like, well, it's so self-evident what these are, but without the description, it would be meaningless for somebody who can't see the image. So it has to be image of the name of the professor, to make it more accessible.
Yeah. So anyway, so what I'd like to do is spend the next 2 to 3 minutes, okay? And we're going to keep quiet. I'm going to mute the microphone, so there'll be no more transcript happening. And I'd like you to find a few things and make a note of improvements that you're going to make to your content through the editor over the next week, hopefully. Maybe even today. I should have had some nice elevator music here. So I'm sorry, I could sing, but they'd probably disconnect me. So welcome back. Just let's check and see what people have been doing with regard to the forums questions. Have anyone been commented anything in it? Yeah. Anything there?
We do have some interesting comments, no direct questions. So if you'd like, we can address a couple of them as we go or towards the end.
Let's do some now while we're doing this, okay?
Yeah, great. So we had a lovely little piece of feedback in regards to accessibility and how sometimes it can be something as situational as it being difficult to use a keyboard and a mouse with a cat on your lap. So just one to make everyone chuckle.
Cat video.
Yes, it can always relate to a good cat video. A lot of people mentioning that they appreciate you going beyond the detail of the usual get your fonts, colours and images right. And a couple of people also asking if you're able to share this presentation beyond the Moot as well.
Oh, well, we will be. And yeah, we're going to be sharing all that. That's not a problem. We just want to, this is a workshop, and I would suggest you take this and do it as a workshop with your teachers. It's really important to be able to practice. And that's why we're trying to give space here. And I know it might be a little bit weird if you're watching on YouTube and having to go off and do it yourself. We were watching Sanders 3.9 presentation earlier on our TV. So not everyone goes to a conference in their sitting room. So any other things? I'm just noticing there. So here we go.
Yes, and you emphasise the importance of getting tables right. Can you please explain for those who may not know how screen readers read tables?
Okay, well, it's probably better if I'll address that afterwards, but it's just the fact that without headings, people can't navigate by column or by row. And that's one of the key things. You really do want to make sure you use headings for that. And then if you end up with things like merged cells, people can lose where they are within it. So, but there's some really good demonstrations online on some of the screen readers. And rather than take you through all of the niceties, I think it'd be better, I'll share a link later about that.
But in essence, when you get to a cell, you have to understand the relevance of its information in relation to the column it's in and the row it's in. So that's why the headers give it the navigation point that you're in. Yeah.
So like if you had a sales going across the top, the different years and the different products on the left, 7 then is apples in 2019. Although if you only sold 7 apples in 2019, you might not be in business. Anyway, let's move along then. We'll come back to more of the questions after. So thank you for that. So now we're going to have some real fun. Now, we all pretend this is not the case, but loads of LMSs and Moodle sites, like the same, have lots of documents in there. And often they're PDF exports from Word and PowerPoint. And that's just the way it is. But one of the things I would say is stop using PDFs. PDF should be the file type of least usage. That'd be my opinion. One, it's a little bit harder to use or to create really accessible PDFs. But Word documents and PowerPoint can be really accessible. So if you look at Apple, Google, and Microsoft with regard to Office documents, now they all have some really strong accessibility aspects, but I gotta say, over the last year, as you're seeing with PowerPoint Live, Microsoft are years ahead, truly years ahead. And I'm not being paid to say that, although Microsoft, if you want to send me some money, go for it. So accessibility inside of Office, I'm just going to take you through a few slides here. We're going to turn off the video just for a few minutes while we're doing this. Okay, so Microsoft sort of views things in this way, that you have these different challenges that people will have, sort of like disabilities. You might have vision, where people need a larger screen, or hearing, for those who are hard of hearing, or as one of our colleagues who is tinnitus and turns on subtitles because they don't want that suddenly loud bang to cause them a problem. Neurodiversity, obviously, that's another really important area that we're all becoming more aware of over time. People who have learning disabilities, mobility challenges, including a cat, and then mental health. So all of these are areas which you need to consider and make sure, and that's why it is about for everybody. And if you start looking at Office, there is a lot of support there, and within the operating system, one of the comments in the forum mentioned it. I have a different picture which I haven't shown in here, but I might use at the very end, of there's actually layers of accessibility when you're using an LMS, starting with the actual device that they're using. And so like then the operating system, and then the actual, whether you're using a browser or an app and so on. And so Microsoft provides accessibility supports at all of these layers, whether it's a screen reader, whether it's their learning tools, whether it's the accessibility checker, which I'll show you in a moment, and then whether it's training, and there's loads of really good videos and stuff around that. And then one of the key things is also templates. So people go, hey, where do I start? You start here, literally. Oops. So this is, every time I look at this slide, I think I've come out of presenting, but I haven't. So over here on the right-hand side, you'll see accessibility. And along the top left, you'll see where I'm doing a review, it's spelling, and then next one that's there is check accessibility. In the latest versions of Microsoft, and including 365, which I'm using here, they have an accessibility checker that is comprehensive. So over here on the right, early on when I transferred my presentation out of Google into Microsoft, it had various images at the top part here about inspection results. And there's also some slides which had just an image, which didn't have a title. So people would be able to navigate them as well. So you can add, as in this case here, accessibility inside Office. It's a hidden heading, but it's still a heading and registered as a heading on the page. So someone navigating the screen reader will still be able to know that's the heading for this image. Niceties like that you would not be aware of. And then down here, there's some warning about reading order, that when they're tabbing through and navigating through content on a particular slide, that it's done well. And then here over, you can see that in this example, I have that header selected, and it's like slide title 17, And that drop down, which I wasn't able to screenshot easily, is showing that actually I can either add a hidden heading, or in this case, use this heading or this text as a heading for the slide. And I think that's really key. It supports you. It really does help you get through this. Here's another piece, and that's that layer cake I was talking about. We were doing this from a webinar a month ago. And it's saying that this image is missing alt text. So over here, a layer cake of accessibility layers. And that's those layers I talked about: device, browser, application framework, so like the Moodle architecture, then the theme, then the site configuration, how to do the categories and that sort of stuff, how to do course navigation. And some people use some really, I'll just say, interesting course formats, which people well know what ones I don't like. And then you have the teacher content and student content, which is why the editor being better is so important. But one of the other things, then you've got what's called an immersive reader, which is absolutely awesome for people who want to be able to focus. It's like going into reader mode on your iOS device, where it just reduces clutter instantly. So here, it also can change the page color. You can do a line focus like this, show one line at a time. It can improve the spacing. It can, as it has here, complementing. It's broken it out into syllables, and it can also read aloud to you. So it has tools built into their systems, which if you choose to share a PDF rather than a Word document, you are denying them access to some of these tools. And who would deliberately do that? It is so. That's what this is about. This is about an informative session to get you to think and understand what's available to you as a creator and also as a consumer. And there are those options along the top there that you can see. So immersive reader, really good, love it. But also, what if you absolutely have to save it as a PDF because you want it print quality? Well, that's wonderful. Then make sure you click and have the correct options set within Word, that you can come in here and you can have document structure tags for accessibility set, or PDFA combined, whichever you're looking for, okay? And also create bookmarks. You can choose to create bookmarks from the heading, which gives them a better way of navigating the PDF. These are so important to do, and people don't do them. They just often print as PDF, and then it's unusable. It's basically an image. So sorry if I'm being very emotive here, you can't see me, but I'm throwing my hands around in the air. But you really got to understand that you are there. It isn't about protecting your content. It's about letting them use your content, letting them consume it. Sorry. So there's also that training stuff there. Great. You go, well, how do I create a proper PowerPoint that's accessible? 5 lessons there for you. 7 lessons for creating accessible Word documents. 3 for doing emails. You'd be surprised or not at how many people do inaccessible emails. And it's just, like sometimes you just get an image dumped in there that's so big you can't read anything. So now this is back to you again, okay? What we'd like you to do is, if you use Word, most people do have Word installed. I know some use Google Slides and Pages and so on, but whatever it is, whether it's Word or PowerPoint, go in and have a look and find their accessibility tools on your desktop. Go in and see, do you have that latest version? And if you don't, why don't you have the latest version? If your school or university or organization hasn't upgraded Word, it's not just a technical thing. It's now an accessibility thing. It's a legal thing. It's a moral thing. So if you're not using the latest tech, like with Moodle, if you're not using the latest tech, you're not giving the best experience to either your staff or your learners. So I want to keep quiet again for a few minutes, and then we'll come back to you. So here we go. Sorry, someone just asked there, where do you have to answer? So you can be using the forum in the forum discussion in the education room, which if you want to add your thoughts in there around this, please do. Or you can just tweet with the hashtag or just message us afterwards, or if you're in the BBB room, you can sort of answer there. But the main thing is to answer to yourself. If you're not using the latest version, you need to talk to your IT department. You need to talk to the inclusion officers. These are things which are causing problems that you're unaware of. And yes, don't worry, a few people keep asking, will we share the accessibility? Absolutely no problem. Or sorry, share the accessibility presentation. There you go. Hey, I need a large drink, preferably a coffee, but a vodka would suffice. So yes, we'll be sharing the slides somewhere. Okay, just looking at some of these questions again. If you, Kate, if you want to select some that we comments perhaps.
Yes, we have a couple from Sue asking to explain again how tabs and windows are interpreted. I'm not sure if that makes sense with that context.
Okay, it's just that if you open a new, so I'm assuming it's about new windows. So if you have multiple windows on your mobile phone, navigating between them isn't great. And we all know that, like, we might be going through a website, click on a link, and suddenly we've navigated off. So we have to go to our tab manager piece and then go back to the one that we were in. So if it's confusing for everybody, it's definitely going to be confusing for technology. And the technology, they can't click back if there's no back, and new windows have no back to the previous window. So it's about telling people. And so, for example, in our platform, we actually give people a choice of whether they want to open a new window or not with a link. So.
Okay, and that's followed up with a question, would you recommend maybe a locked/password protected Word doc rather than a PDF?
Well, once they open it, once you give them the password, they can still read it anyway. And if people are thinking about, well, I'm putting it as a PDF to protect it, you know, worst case scenario, they can print it and use OCR to get the text out of it. Do you really want to make your students work that hard to actually use your content the way they want to use it? So I would suggest that these are issues from the past, from a misunderstanding of how we want to use content. You know, we enforce greater restrictions online in digital media than people do when they were reading a paper book. And I find it surprising. I find it shocking, and it's terrible, but it happens, and I understand why. But we really have to let go. We have to let go.
Additionally, do you know anything about accessibility of LibreOffice documents? I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, LibreOffice. You know, I can also say that we haven't gone near it. It'd be really interesting to compare it now with MS Office, Libre, Pages, and Google. I'm going to talk about Google in a moment. I imagine it's less. Microsoft have invested hugely in accessibility, hugely, mainly because of the laws all around the world. And we've got this EU directive coming up later in the year. So one last one, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Let me see. You mentioned heading hierarchy in Moodle. Are you able to expand a little bit on that? For example, what heading level are section headings, block headings, etc. from Leslie?
Well, if you aren't sure what they are, you can use your browser inspect, and it will then tell you which they are. But in general, if you're looking at a page of content in a Moodle course, the Moodle course name is heading 1. The page name is heading 2, which is why ASO starts you off at heading 3 with large, medium, and small for 3, 4, and 5. So it's just about not manually going in and overriding that protection, okay? It's about not thinking that you know better than the browser. And some people do. I mean, I've come across some people who literally just ignore it and do it their own way because that's the way they want to do it. And that's just not an accessible and sustainable way of creating content. Anyway, let's continue. So G Suite, Google. So they haven't got any of the type of stuff that Microsoft have really, but they do have some information in there about how people can use Google Docs and all the accessibility supports they do. So explaining about screen readers and so on. And they also then have information about and some tips to make your presentation more accessible. They have no inbuilt accessibility checker in the same way, although I do believe there's a lovely Canadian company that has a commercial service around that for Google for G Suite. And then you also have accessibility settings, so for screen reader or high contrast colors, and as Karen was mentioning. But you've also then within this, you've got the ability to turn on screen reader support within a PowerPoint or within a Google Slides document, and screen magnification, which is important as well. Okay, so there's those sort of things. So we're just going to do a very quick demo of some stuff that we've been doing recently. But before we do that, has anyone got any sort of other questions, or does anyone want to share? Any of the people who are in the session, perhaps in Big Blue Button, want to share their thoughts around the challenges for accessibility? No, pop-ups. So it's actually, I'm just going to grab this one question. Someone asked a question about if opening windows is a problem, does the same apply to pop-ups? Well, pop-ups generally, if when they're done correctly, announce to the screen reader that they are a pop-up, and so they are still understanding what's going on. So pop-ups aren't always an issue, but sometimes they are. And I've seen pop-ups that are done badly that are hard to use for everyone. So, okay. Any?
No other questions we can see as of yet, but we'll try and bring some through as they do come in.
What about anybody in the room? Do any of you want to share audio-wise? Yeah, so David Pignol is mentioning he uses Bootstrap in classes, navigation tabs, accordion, carousel, and so on. My understanding that a lot of those are fine, David. It's very easy to test, But carousels can be done badly as well. It's all about whether they announce they're using the correct ARIA informational aspects there. Seeing back here, some people commenting on the use of PowerPoint Live and the subtitles, that it makes it easier to understand me. Yeah, I'm sorry if my accent is bad, by the way. I try, as other people say, I'm trying, but and unfortunately, you can't really translate jokes well. Is there anybody else adding in anything there?
Yes, Terry's asked, what tools do you use to check the accessibility of your content in situ? Tools like Wave?
Okay, well, I'm about to show you what we use, because it's what we do. Someone said, are tiles course formats, is that difficult? Well, I must admit, I would never recommend using a visual navigation in a course, which is what tiles is. I would never recommend it. Full stop. Sorry, whoever built tiles. It's visually really pretty, but I would never recommend that. You know, I see the course page, and I remember Michelle Moore talking about this years ago. It's the equivalent of the index in a book. It's a launch page to all of the different activities. And so the way I always look at it is that when you think about your phone, like Android and Apple and so on, these smartphones, they use icons to navigate into something. So having the nice dashboard, which has some images to navigate there, is great. However, the dashboard still has a list view. And so, because there are people who prefer it that way, but within a course, it should be more of a list view. It's an index. And it might not look as pretty as you want it, but you know what? If it's more usable, isn't that the only important thing? Really? Okay, let me just start off here then before anybody else. Okay, so I'm going to start off with, So here we have a site that's set up, and I'll just do that, make it a bit easier. So Brickville Education Labs, we've built an accessibility toolkit for Moodle. So it does exactly what somebody asked. In this case, we're looking at a course here. A teacher can see that they have some errors with images, layout, links, text. And they're going, well, what about images or links? What should I be doing? And if they don't know, and not every teacher's had their LMS training, their Moodle training. They certainly probably won't have had their accessibility training either. But if they want to click on that link, and it will then download a document like this, which gives them some tips on all of the various bits and pieces. So this is about using a concept called performance support. providing work aids to people so that they can understand what's going on. Okay, let's go back into here. But also we then have this, which will help them highlight and see where they're doing things that are wrong. Okay. And this just gives them a sort of an overview on where things are. Now, I'm logged in as an admin at the moment, so I'm going to have an admin view of this. We've also got a set of tools, so we can go in and have a look at the activities in that course. And again, this is what people need to understand. And there are a few competing products that's out there, Ally and Yuya would be two of them, and people be aware of. We're going to be announcing exactly this publicly, what we're doing this week. So, so here, 2 pages have passed and 6 have failed. And pages have lots of HTML content. So surprise, surprise, there's more problems than pages. But we've also got error totals where we can see here, actually, of all of the errors, 8 of the errors are on pages. Course, and that's the summary or the section summaries. And there's problems there, labels, and then books. So there are clearly issues as well. But we can also then, we group all of our checks into image, layout, link, media table, and text, because there's a lot of technical stuff under that, and you don't need to know that, not immediately. But you can see here that 7 of the errors, so more than half, are related to links. Now, I've done that deliberately, so you'll see in a moment. We also provide a category breakdown, so if you're a college, you can see your School of Botany or your School of Culture, otherwise known as the Student Union usually, and then some random categories. And it gives you a breakdown of how many problems you have, or also the percentage. Or you could have a complete course breakdown and so on. But one of the things there I was showing was the printable. So we have a view here, and imagine this as being a transcript for your course, basically. So we then have that they can download a PDF, which is, if they want to print it, which will give them basically their typical errors, the top errors that they're making, activity pass rates for all of their different activities in their courses, so they can understand where their pain points are. Because if you're not informed, if you don't find where your issues are, you can't help focus your fixing, can you? So that's what's really important from this. But if we go back and have a look actually at the fixing, so yes, it's good to have a list of all the errors, and you can see here someone's using target_blank, which is opening in a new window. Links should not open in a new window without warning. So that's very bold, but we provide a link directly for them to fix it. But speaking about bold, and in this case, we have no issues with bold in this course. And we have no issues with italics, but we did see that there was issues with links. So our system goes off and has in the background created a database of page names with the URL. So where before it was bbc.com linking to bbc.com, it can now be directly updated within your course, and you can do this site-wide for all the various things. So the links now are actually talking about the destination. And this is really key to be able to understand the whole approach to how you're going about managing things. Just hold on. And all of this is sort of managed within an accessibility area. We put accessibility in between teaching and technology, which is sort of where we think it sits in the world. But if we go in here now, you can see bold, and we've got lots of just OER courses that we imported here. And it's going, hey, well, we're going to change screencast to screencast with strong. Or in the case of italics, the same thing, I over to M. And so these are the kind of things which are really important. And this is our find and fix. And the other aspect of what we're doing, and again, just as literally somebody asked, so I thought that was fun. Let's go back out to our digital literacy. So I'm going to show you something down here. See this text here. One of the most favorite tools that you've got in Moodle is, or one of the favorite filters is one that automatically turns links or a URL into a link. Okay, so oops, didn't turn anything on. Let's try that again. There we go. I'm really glad that the button is back, and we're showing in 3.5 because we support 3.5 forwards in what we're doing. So here, it's just the actual URLs are just put in here. So the filter is changing them. And if we want to go back, let's see, or just submit, come back to the course. You can see here that using our engine in the background, because we have a harvesting database of names, it's now showing the name rather than the URL as the link automatically. Also, automatically turning a link into an embedded image with no alt text is bad. So we've actually removed that because that's a bad practice. So there's things like that which are really handy, which aren't good. So we're looking at ways of fixing those kind of things. But that's just one of them. We also have that when you add a link in. So, and obviously up here, these were some of those link text we're showing. Anyway, I'll just come out of this again. Oops. There's various other bits and pieces that we have done in the same area, but I'm not going to go through them all. I just wanted to show some related to that sort of content that we're talking about. So any other questions come up since?
Yeah, we have one question from Sue. What way do you recommend including a link for an external video to open? For example, a pop-up if not another window or tab.
Well, if you're linking to an external video, either embedded in your page or just let it open in a new page. What's wrong with that? If they want to come back, they'll come back.
I believe that is the only one for now. What we'll perhaps do is just advise watchers and listeners that, again, if you could head to the forums if you have any other questions, and no doubt Gavin and Karen will be able to answer those in due course. Yeah, was there anything you'd like to add, Gavin or Karen?
Well, hold on a sec. Just let's add back in there. I was just saying there's one question there, by the way. Is it the same for collapsed course format? So as Martin told me a few years ago, collapsing topics, there is our collapsed format. It has to be done correctly. Okay, there can be accessibility issues. So you need to test it. And the one thing you have to do is test what you've got. Test your themes, test the language you're using, the structure of your courses, and all the content. There's a lot to do in there. And that's why we're sort of trying to focus on teachers. It's really about making sure what you do is as best as you can, and then encouraging your institution to fix the systems.
Yeah, and just raising the awareness and just making just showing how things can become obstacles if they're not being like, for instance, with the collapsed topics, if they're not being handled the right way. It's just about raising awareness.
Yeah, but I haven't tested collapsed topics or tiles from an accessibility point of view. I like the concept of collapsing topics, which is why I know that Moodle Workplace has it as well for its Moodle Workplace team. All of these things just need to be tested for accessibility, and then let the developer know if there's an issue, and I'm sure they'll fix it. So it's just personally, I think that courses shouldn't have a visual navigation to everything. I think it removes the aspects that people would like to be able to read through and scan through a page. So,
but I'd just like to say thank you very much to everyone for their questions and your comments, and it's been a really engaging and it's been a really good presentation.
It's been great to get the feedback from people, and stay safe in these challenging times, everybody.
Yeah, there's been some fantastically enthusiastic discussion in the forums, and we look forward to the share of the presentation. So on behalf of everyone who can see accessibility as being such a huge evolving challenge, we appreciate the time you've taken to take us through some of your recommendations. And yeah, next up we have a networking break. So I'd encourage everyone to join us in the networking cafe. Thank you so much, Gavin and Karen.
Thank you. Coffee time. Woohoo.
Coffee.
My name's Seth Francis and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company as a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive improvement in terms of the level of people inquiring to us and looking for further professional development, both formal regulatory training and also more informal training and professional development. For us, I think the trends are a lot around personalisation of learning and gamification of learning as well. So, as I mentioned with the informal piece of learning, people want to learn when it works for them, how it works for them, whether that be on different devices or in different places. So the personalisation side is massive. Also a lot around analytics, I think. So understanding, is the training actually working, as opposed to just doing it for the sake of doing it. The game changer, I think what the game changers are a lot around the client and the company working well together. So not to take away from anything that Moodle does, but we often say that about 80% of the features of LMSs is going to be similar. So working with a company that understands you, can configure the platform, and more importantly support you in the long run is a big game changer. Also content and having readily available content to save the users time and get stuff out there to their staff and employees.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those. Companies are concerned about retention, retaining employees. How do you nurture your employees to get them to stay in your organization, but also to become more productive? And there's a skill gap, I think we all know that. Moodle itself is being used to build internal e-learning ecosystems that are used to build culture for companies, nurture their employees, and make sure those employees are happy and want to stay and are very productive in the long term for the companies. Absolutely. I'd say that it's changing rapidly right now, and I think it's going to change even more so over the next couple of years. I think the reason for that is there's a massive skill gap from the higher ed to workplace. When you come in, many times you don't have the skills you need to be successful. So pro-ed organizations, corporations especially, are using systems like Moodle to help fill that skill gap by deeply integrating the product to content repositories, such as you see from Lynda or companies like Go1, where Moodle has strong integrations. They're using that, tracking that in order to address that need.
WooClap, who will be taking us through a look inside your student's brain. And just as a reminder for those attending the moot, if you have any questions, we'll bring them up during the session, but please try to pop your questions into the forum where you can. Over to you, Nancy.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session by WooClap Inside Your Student's Brain. Before we dive in, I have two disclaimers. You will be using your smartphones in this session, so keep them handy if they're not already. You will see a lot of brain images in this presentation, and I'm going to reference to a lot of scientific studies about the brain. But I am not a brain specialist myself. I'm not a neuroscientist, but at WooClap, we do work with those specialists to build our product. I will then provide you with the references of all the studies I am mentioning so that you can dig deeper into them afterward if you wish to. Now that I've said a little bit about myself, at least you know I'm not a brain specialist and that I work for WooClap, let's get started and take a peek into your student's brain. When I was a student, I did not pay much attention to the way I was studying for my test. I was using a methodology which is to this date the one that is largely used by students, rereading and highlighting. And occasionally I was cramming. Does that sound familiar to you? Yes, I was certainly guilty of that. But I had good grades most of the time, so always confident that I was doing the right thing and that I was learning efficiently. But guess what? I was wrong. The methodology, my color coding skills were in fact not effective at all. Later on, I found out that those techniques were studied by a group of researchers in 2013, Dunlowski-Rawson, and others in a paper called Improving Student Achievement. Specifically, the ones I was using and that most of students are still using were proven to be of low utility in terms of learning. Why? Because we are in fact very passive approaches and they tend to not activate our brain and neurons. Back to our brain and the actual process of learning. When you learn something new, you change. More specifically, in order to learn something new, your brain needs to change. And it can change at any age. It's called neuroplasticity. When we acquire new knowledge, neurons become more strongly connected, which creates a stronger network and allows the neurons to communicate with each other faster and more efficiently. If you want to learn something, you need to create neuron pathways. Researchers like to compare this process happening in our brain to a forest. In a dense forest, to go from point A to point B, to create a path, you have to go through the branches, the weeds, multiple times. First, you will create a trail, but the more you walk through the trail, the wider it's going to be. Eventually, if you keep walking and working, it would turn into a paved road with stairs. It's the same with neuron pathways. The more you activate a group of neurons, the stronger the connection and the network. In our brain, to create those connections, we need to activate and stimulate the groups of neurons associated with what you want to learn, simultaneously and repeatedly. And quickly, if you stop walking the path for a while, nature will take over. Same with the brain. It's called forgetting. And I guess it's where my mathematics from high school are now deeply covered in weed. You can see the techniques I was using as a student were in fact very passive. At WooClap, we work with higher education teachers and professional instructors, and by giving them insights on how their students will learn best, they can adapt the way they are teaching them. And based on research, we uncovered 3 effective and interesting techniques to study efficiently that I'm going to share now. The 3 techniques are practice brain activation, space studies, growth mindset. Activate your brain. How do you foster brain activation? In this study by Zoromb and Redinger in 2010, 3 groups of students were asked to prepare for a test using 3 different techniques. Group A had 4 study periods And by study, we mean rereading, highlighting, etc. And 4 test trials. By test, we mean mock exams or practice recovering the material they study. Group B had 6 periods of study and only 2 test trials. Group C had 8 study trials. Now I have a question for you. Which group performed best? The more active way to learn is to practice tests. When you try remembering the content, in most educational situations, both teachers and students make a sharp distinction between learning and assessment. Learning occurs when students read their textbooks, listen to lectures, take notes, review their books and notes. Student learning is assessed from time to time by the requirement to take quizzes, tests, and exams. Teachers and students think tests are like dipsticks, dropped into the students' heads every so often to measure what they have learned, but without having any effects on the process of learning itself. But in this case, the brain was activated. Why is it more efficient? In this other study by Wordselect and others in 2014, a similar experiment was run, meaning students studying and students practicing testing, are answering questions, and they took brain scans of students with 2 regions are more activated when we try to answer questions. And those regions are key to learning and memorizing, and it's a sign that people are encoding information and knowledge. How? Practice recalling the material, repeat the tests and exercises, prepare questions and practice answering them, study with a classmate. Space study period. Spacing study period is basically having a study schedule spread out on several days. Let's take 3 students. They will spend 4 hours to study a given topic. The first one is going to study for 4 hours the day before the exam, aka cramming, aka mass studying. The second one is studying 4 days before the exams. 1 hour a day is more spaced out. The third one would study for 30 minutes, but for 8 days. We'll see how taking breaks is beneficial. More brain activation. In this experiment by Catalan and others in 2012, asked 2 groups of students to study English vocabulary lists. Episode 1 to 4 represent the study periods for both groups. The analysis over the combined episode 2 to 4 shows significant activity in the frontal upper column, key regions of the brain, for the space but not the mass condition. It's not a good thing to see a decrease in brain activity. It means that the neurons are not connected and are not consolidating. Less activation and less consolidation. A second benefit is that when you take breaks, when you sleep, your brain will silently continue to work for you. Most of the memory consolidation, our brains undergo happens at night. Retention of newly learned material can be enhanced simply by taking a nap after a session. In this experiment by Anthony and others in 2012, 2 groups of students were told to learn to play a piano melody with the left hand. One group took a nap, the other did not, and they both took a test afterward. No surprise here, they performed better than the group that did not take a nap. And what's fascinating is that during their sleep, the sleep spindle's brain activity value were largest over cortical regions, contralateral to the ends used to perform the melodies. The third benefit to space study period is that you learn more and forget less. In the Cornell experiment in 2009, 2 groups of students were compared. On the x-axis, you have the condition, mass versus spaced. On the y-axis, you have the proportion of information students recalled when they took the test. The material were 40 synonyms. Those experiments validate the forgetting curve theorized by Hermann and Bingons in the 19th century. The forgetting curve is a mathematical formula that describes the rate at which something is forgotten after it is initially learned. The idea is over 100 years old. The downward slope of the forgetting curve can be softened by repeating the learned information at particular intervals. This curve shows how information is lost over time when there is no attempt to retain it. How to practice space study. Study more often, but for a shorter period of time. Don't cram, sleep, have a study schedule. Finally, the third technique. Believe one can improve. Having a growth mindset instead of a fixed mindset. But thinking like this has definitely consequences in your brain. Your mind is very powerful. Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right. In this experiment by Moser and others conducted in 2010, 2 groups of people were supposed to identify the middle letter in a 5-letter series, like 5 times M or double N, M, and double N. Sometimes the middle letter was the same as the 4 others, and sometimes it was different. It's pretty simple. Doing the same thing over and over, but the mind can help it. It just kind of zones out from time to time, Moser says. That's when people make mistakes, and they notice immediately and feel stupid. When someone makes a mistake, their brain makes 2 quick signals. One, initial response that indicates something has gone awry. Moser calls it the "oh crap" response. And a second that indicates the person is consciously aware of the mistake and is trying to right the wrong. Both signals occur within a quarter of a second of the mistake. People will think they can learn from their mistakes, did better after making a mistake. In other words, they successfully bounce back after an error. Their brains also reacted differently, producing a bigger second signal, the one that says, I see that I have made a mistake, so I will pay more attention, Moser says. Again, more activation of the brain. How can you foster a growth mindset? More motivation, saying I can improve myself, more perseverance. I know something is difficult, I have to practice, I can correct them by paying attention, using the word yet instead of not. Process praise, praising effort, diligence, and similar qualities and skills. At Book Club, we can teach differently. So just to give you a recap of what we just went over, it is important to first check the level of knowledge at the end of a class, return regularly to important concepts, question students to activate their brain, and motivating them to show them they are progressing. Now I will try to take some questions from the audience.
Yeah, there is one that's come through on the forum. It's not a specific question, but more so, are you able to share the links to the quizzes that you're posting on screen in the forum later on?
Yes, so I will do so. I will share the link to the quiz, and people will be able to take it. So I will create a thread in the forum. I just had a technical issue.
Yeah.
That's why the link wasn't shared. Sorry about that.
That's okay. And that's the only one that's come through so far. So yeah, is there anything else you'd like to expand on amongst that presentation, or any interesting lessons learned from yourself?
So the 3 methods that I have shared with you is something that we ourselves as a company use, and we see our clients using them as well. The fact that if you're trying to teach something, you have to make sure that you ask questions about what you just shared with your audience, so that they're able to retain their information more, instead of just doing something that is mostly a monologue. So that's a philosophy that we run by at Book Club. So I'll be really happy to have face-to-face conversation, virtual ones, of course, in our private room afterwards, if people have more questions and would like to expand on the subject. and so that we can have a discussion about brain and students' brain activation.
Lovely. You know, I can definitely relate to what you've delivered, having been a teacher, knowing the understanding of practicing what you're learning soon after learning that. Otherwise, a lot of that information tends to just go into the netherverse. So a lot of really useful info. And I think not only just for students, but for adults as well, you know, really good tips and tricks for activating the brain. Yeah, so any other final words you'd like to share with us, Nancy?
There is, we're doing a few demos, and I think it's really interesting for you to attend if you would like to, because we have a Moodle plugin. So you are able to integrate that strategy I just talked about into your lectures straight from Moodle. And I think I'll be happy to share that with you as well. Aside from that, any questions are welcome. I don't have a thread to the question, so I'm not sure if anyone is asking something.
No doubt some will flood through after we're finished, but yeah, none as of yet. But yeah, on behalf of Moodle, thank you so much for the presentation. So just a reminder for people listening and watching to please go onto the forums with any questions and to see the quizzes that will be shared. Yeah, thank you very much, Nancy from WordClap, for presenting us Inside a Student's Brain.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Soy Juan Sáenz y soy el presidente de EduLabs, Moodle Partners para Colombia, México y Ecuador. Hemos sido partners de Moodle por 3 años, aunque nuestra experiencia con Moodle se remonta a más de 10 años. Porque queríamos aportar calidad a la educación virtual en la región y convertirnos en partners de Moodle nos obligaba a ser una empresa muy seria y ofrecerle a nuestros clientes servicios de gran calidad. Por eso decidimos aliarnos con el LMS más usado en la región. Por supuesto, el hecho de convertirnos en partners oficiales de Moodle y representarlos oficialmente en nuestros países nos ha permitido ganar más credibilidad y confianza ante nuestros clientes, quienes deciden poner en nuestras manos sus proyectos de educación virtual porque están seguros de que nosotros contamos con el respaldo completo de Moodle. Podría extenderme mucho con esta respuesta porque cada día es una oportunidad maravillosa para emprender nuevos retos, para trabajar con nuestros clientes en sus proyectos, siempre contando con el respaldo de Moodle. Si lo defino en una palabra, puedo decir que ha sido maravilloso. Por supuesto, pasamos de ser una empresa pequeña con un alcance local a convertirnos en una empresa con presencia oficial en 3 países, Colombia, México y Ecuador, para atender clientes en toda la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Bueno, fue una sorpresa porque no sabíamos nada acerca de este reconocimiento. Nosotros simplemente hacemos lo mejor cada día por nuestros clientes, por ofrecer los mejores servicios. Nuestro equipo da lo mejor de sí cada día y esto nos llevó a ganar este reconocimiento. Esto solo nos motiva más para seguir trabajando y seguir haciendo lo mejor por nuestros clientes en la región. La información es el activo más importante de toda organización. Nosotros como empresa hace mucho tiempo entendimos que era necesario tener el control de nuestra información, nuestro activo más importante. Y nuestros clientes también lo han entendido. Es por esto que prefieren a Moodle como plataforma sobre alternativas como Blackboard o como Canvas. Porque Moodle no solamente les ofrece las mejores funcionalidades que cualquier LMS podría ofrecer, sino que también les permite tener un control total de sus datos, porque cuentan con el código fuente, cuentan con el software para poder ejecutar esos datos, lo que no ocurre con las herramientas de software propietario. Estoy seguro que el día que las organizaciones entiendan la importancia de tener el control de sus datos y de su información, cada vez adoptarán más herramientas de software libre, más herramientas open source sobre herramientas de software propietario.
I'm Cyril Bedel. I co-created EduNao. We decided to actually offer end-to-end services for education technology users. We do work mostly with K-12, higher ed, bit of corporate now. We have 300 clients on various solutions, including Moodle. I think we're the first Moodle partner in the French-speaking region so far. One of the top 10, possibly in the world. It's a great team achievement, and basically that was in our DNA at the very beginning, to be able to offer consulting services, development services down to the infrastructure, to provide off-the-shelf Moodle platforms, and integration down the line, functional and technical integration. We've been a Moodle partner, I think, for almost 5 years now, I would say. Being part of the family officially, I would say. Interact with Moodle HU. We might want to interact more with Moodle partners, but we have little opportunities to meet with each other, unlike today, for instance. So I would say yes. How many I couldn't tell. So we decided to focus on the French-speaking countries. So we started to work in France, expanded to being a Moodle partner. We expanded to Belgium.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Moodle Mood 2020. We're back here at Education Room. We're talking with Roger Segu. Is it spelled correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about interactive components for teachers authoring content at Institut Obert de Catalunya. And I understand that we'll first display a video, a self-explanatory video about it, and then we can later talk more with Roger and ask them some questions. Please use the forum to ask questions, the ones who does not have access to the Big Blue Button room. And okay, let's see the video.
Hi everyone, my name is Roger Sagú and I am an instructional designer and developer located in Barcelona. I'd like to start this session talking about distractions. Distractions are one of nowadays problems, not only for learning, but in general, because of the huge amount of contents available everywhere, updating all the time. In learning contents, distractions are present more often than we realize in the form of flawed patterns in the authoring process that could be easily avoided if noticed. An excessive display of content can easily make it difficult for the student to On the other side, the inconsistent use of learning modules may bring confusion, breaking the visual hierarchy. Finally, the inadequate use of fonts may produce a poor readability, thus making study more exhausting and daunting. We can't avoid
sorry everybody. It seems we have some technical difficulties with Roger video, with the audio, something like that. I'm sorry, Roger. But yeah, no, don't worry. For those who are interested, and I'm pretty sure everybody is interested, the video will be on the forum. So everybody, please just go to the forum and watch the video and drop the questions there. And Roger will be around there answering the questions as well. And I'm just so sorry that we couldn't talk more about it like here, because I was really interested to know about it as well. So
so sorry for the inconvenience, and well, I guess next time will be better.
Yeah, it will work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. Don't worry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
G'day, I'm Chad Outen from My Learning Space. We're an Australian Moodle partner. We've been doing Moodle since around 2004, but relatively speaking, we're a fairly new Moodle partner, probably going back 3 or 4 years. So in terms of what we do, we focus certainly on the corporate in the education space, small, medium enterprises. The full package, so services around Moodle, hosting and support, consulting, training, even a bit of content design, customization and system integration. And we'll soon be launching or being involved with the Moodle Educator Certification as well. Above and beyond all else, we wanted to contribute, in a formal sense, give back to the Moodle project by way of royalties. Secondary to that, definitely to help amplify our service offering and the good work we're trying to do in the education space by harnessing a big brand such as Moodle, so leveraging off the Moodle brand. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I'd say in the time we've been a Moodle partner, say 3 or 4 years, we would have doubled our figures. I would say the Moodle Educator Certification is not a place to learn how to use Moodle. If you need that, come and see us and we can help you with training, whether it's for beginners or advanced users, course creators, administrators. But the MEC is more a place for existing Moodle users to get digital currencies or qualifications, badges and certifications and the like. So it might help them land a job or earn a promotion in the workplace. So. Moodle is a classic example of the power of humanity. When we communicate and cooperate, we can achieve incredible things. So, Moodle's a mature product in the workplace, and in education, it's been around for more than 15 years. So it's no longer the new kid on the block. It undergoes, rigorous QA and testing before every release. And better still, it's backed by a massive community. I mean, there's over 1 million registered users on Moodle.org and a user base into the many hundreds of millions of users globally, in more than 100 languages. There's close on 100 partners. So, it's well backed and supported, and it's flexible, it's configurable, and, this is a big win for our workplace and the corporate sector. Certainly puts Moodle at the forefront as a very viable option. Versus these closed proprietary systems that don't have, they don't have communities or the like.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those. Companies are concerned about retention, retaining employees. How do you nurture your employees to get them to stay in your organization, but also to become more productive? And there's a skill gap, I think we all know that. Moodle itself is being used to build internal e-learning ecosystems that are used to build culture for companies, nurture their employees, and make sure those employees are happy and want to stay and are very productive in the long term for the companies. Absolutely. I'd say that it's changing rapidly right now. And I think it's going to change even more so over the next couple of years. I think the reason for that is there's a massive skill gap from the higher ed to workplace. When you come in, many times you don't have the skills you need to be successful. So pro-ed organizations, corporations especially, are using systems like Moodle to help fill that skill gap by deeply integrating the product to content repositories such as you see from Lynda or companies like Go1, where Moodle has strong integrations. They're using that, tracking that in order to address that need. I think the game changer right now is the explosion of new products that integrate into the e-learning ecosystem. Moodle lends itself very well to integrations because it is open source, and I think there's a lot more companies out there that are coming onto the scene offering very interesting solutions for problems that corporations are seeing in the States right now.
Thank you very much.
Hello again, everybody. We're back here on this Moodle Moot 2020, this huge virtual edition of the Moodle Moot. And we are here on Education Room with Marcus Green. He's going to talk about the Wordselect question type, his really advanced usage of this feature. So it's up to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Marcus Green. I work as a developer for Titus Learning, and we're certified Moodle partners. And I'm going to talk about my Wordselect question type, which can be, the purpose of which is to ask students to pick the correct word or words from some text that they can see. So why use it? Why should you be interested in what I'm about to talk about? Well, headline thing is it's very easy for teachers to use, okay? And it offers a functionality that is unique amongst question types in the Moodle quiz. So as I say, it asks students to select words or a word from text. You get an introduction saying, please select, and then some text that you've created. Now, normally at a real world presentation, I'll be asking for people to put their hands in the air. And I know there is a system for doing this on Big Blue Button, but do your teachers like learning new software? Do you like learning new software? And if you do get new software, do you want it to come with examples? And the really important question is, do you think that you can learn a single 7-word sentence? And can your teachers? I hope so, because this is key. This sentence is key to using this question type. And the sentence is, put square braces around the correct words, okay? And for the mathematicians amongst you who use a lot of braces and parentheses, you can choose alternative to square braces. And let me explain why this matters. So that's what you need to know in order to make basic and most use of this question type. You need to know that you have to put square braces around the correct words. So here is an example of using it. The example I'm going to use, this is about learning language teaching or language learning, with emphasis on English because that's the language I speak. So as you can see from that slide there, it says the introduction is select the verb. Perhaps it should be verb or verbs. And then the sentence is the cat sat on the mat, and the verb is sat, is the doing word. And in order to indicate which is the word to select in order to get the correct answer, you put square braces around it, okay? So you put square braces around the correct words, show it to your students. So that's what it looks like for the students. It's at the top there, it says select the verb, and none of those words are selectable. And it says the text you need to select from, the cat sat on the mat, and there is no clue as to which is the correct answer. So your student then clicks on the words that they think are correct, which is the verb amongst them. They press submit, and it says you're correct. And you can see here, this is a standard Moodle question type, and it allows you to have different sorts of feedback. So it says, your answer is correct. Sat is a verb or a doing word. What if they get it wrong? Okay, so it indicates there that it's incorrect, and we've got some text there that says that is not correct. Okay, so that is the basic use of this question type, and you can create a large number of useful questions purely with that functionality. To give the same concept of it more complex, you can see here that this is a question where in the introduction, I have some questions about the text. So at the top there, it says, select the words that answer the following questions. And the first question is, what was the year of Shakespeare's birth? Okay. And late in the body of the text, it says, Shakespeare was born in 1564. So this would test a person's English comprehension, that they know the expression was born in, and then followed by a date, means that was the year of their birth. You can also see here, I'm not sure how big this slide is here, that where they have selected incorrect answers, down the bottom there it says they've clicked Chamberlain, and that's an incorrect. If you hold your mouse over it, in addition to the styling of it, it also has a prompt over it, a little hover that says incorrect response. And if you don't select, if you miss a correct answer, it will put braces around it. You can see one of the correct answers there, which is his most famous play, Hamlet, is shown in yellow with some square braces around it to indicate to the student that this is a correct answer that they missed. Now, that's the basic usage of it, and I hope I've convinced you that it's really, really easy to learn to use for most situations. But if you're willing to learn a little bit of HTML, you can do some very interesting other things with it. So, for example, you can see here that I've got what I call a category test. And the two categories are feline and canine, and the student has to click on the word that matches it. So you can see here that this student thinks that a wolf is feline. It isn't. Whereas the correct answer is cat in that column, because neither wolf nor cow is feline. Okay, and then the other column we've got for canine, we've got dog, zebra, and lion, and the correct answer is dog. So that's, if you're willing to create some HTML tables, that's quite another useful way of using it. However, if you can see, there's a red pointy thing there that says mark 0 out of 2. Now, the reason I've given this example here is that this student has chosen 2 items, got 1 correct and 1 incorrect. They got no marks. And, you know, students will often, they have a sense of fairness. They go, but I got 1 right. Why didn't I get anything? So now this is a nice example of something where this plugin is freely available to download and install from the Moodle's plugin database. And I really appreciate it when I get feedback from end users. And an end user contacted me with that very same thing there about fairness of markings. And as a result of that, I introduced this concept. By default, every incorrect response reduces the mark by 1 whole mark. Okay, but what you can do is you can set incorrect selection penalty. So in that last example, instead of losing a whole mark, and there were 2 marks to be gained, and they got 1 wrong, 1 right, they got no marks, this, we can reduce it by a percentage, so they would get a percentage. So that's a great example of feedback from end users, because often people will use your software in ways that I'd never imagined. Okay, here's another example of things that you can do if you can get a bit clever with HTML. This is a word square. Okay, and there isn't a prompt for that. I kind of missed it out. I should have put a prompt in there. What it should, oh yes I have, yes. It says, select the letters to make up animal names. And I probably should have said, select the letters going that way and that way, because over towards the right, we have emu, okay? And up in the top left-hand corner, I've got a little red pointer there that says, mark 20 out of 20. And I think this is a little subtle ease of use thing. If you've ever tried to create a question in Moodle and it says how many marks you want to give to it, and you leave it on the default as 1, even though you've got multiple parts, what this does is that for every correct response, there's 1 mark. That's the way it defaults. So that's one less thing for your teachers to worry about or to learn. Learning is work. Not just for your students, but for teachers. And if you give them fewer things to learn, certainly fewer things you absolutely must learn, they're more likely to use software and its solutions. Here's another thing that came in as a request from end users, and that is, well, can we select, or what about the possibility of selecting, having groups of words to select, because just a single word at a time, it can be limiting. And you can see here that I've got this example whereby it says to make more than, so the 2 words are together, and then this also makes it easy to create multiple choice questions. You can see there, the question says, how many beans make 5? And most people understand that the correct answer is neither 1, 2, or none, and the correct answer is 5. And again, this very slightly adds to the complexity of the markup that you have to add, but only in a trivial way. And maybe a lot of people will never ever use this mode for it. Oh, by the way, there's extensive documentation for this question type on the Moodle docs, and it's linked to from the plugins database where you can actually download it. Okay, here is an example of multimedia. And until I created this presentation for today, I hadn't thought of the possibility of including video, but I have this example you can see here embeds a YouTube video. And the idea here is that the student comes to this question, plays the video, and then selects the words that best describe whatever the question is. And you can see here it said that watch it and select the words that best describe the video. And this student has excellent judgment in selecting all of the correct answers. And you can see again at the top where it says marks 3 out of 3. The maximum mark was automatically calculated from the fact that there were 3 correct items for the students to select. So that's, as I say, one less thing to think about. I think the more common use of this will be with audio. My idea is, and I was discussing this with somebody who used it the other day, that the student goes into the question, goes into a question, attempts a question. There's some audio. They listen to the audio, and then click on the appropriate text, words or groups of text that match whatever was in the audio. And the thing about, as I keep emphasizing about ease of use, it's one thing if something's easy to use, but if you've got to go through tutorials, and this is well documenting, that's more work. But what you can see here is that the question type ships with some examples. And you can see from here that these are some of the things that are just 7 questions, and you import these as XML, and it shows some of the things you can do, such as have audio files embedded, that find the animals word square that I showed, the multi-word selection, the reading comprehension thing, that's the Shakespeare thing, and the words in table. So rather than copying it from somewhere else, you can just import them, and they're there for you to experiment with and base it from. In addition, in terms of examples, it also ships with 100 and something in the teens examples of how you could use this question type with students who are learning to speak English. And I picked that because it's a very common use for this sort of question type. And this thing is also illustrates that this is a standard Moodle question type, and it fits in with the ideas of, as you can see here, these are categories, and I've got categories that you might include in an English course, such as comprehension, parts of speech, how to form questions, and Americanisms. And also down the bottom where those little red arrows are, I've got tags in there. And you can see here that I've tagged these questions, if you import them, with the tag Wordselect, because in recent versions of Moodle, you've been able to filter via tag. This question type is quite popular. I always find it very exciting at the start of each month when the statistics come in to see how many people are using it. And you can see over on the right, there's been an upsurge in its popularity in June. And I hope there's going to be an additional one after people see this presentation. These sort of other things to go with this, and that is that it works with the Moodle mobile app. Obviously, it will work on mobile devices. Perhaps not as obvious, but it does. But it also works in the Moodle mobile app. I was extremely excited, I think it was a year or so ago, when the UK Open University contributed some code to it, and I know that they use it internally. They're not endorsing it. I'm using their logo there, but they do use it, and I'm in touch with some of the developers there. And as I keep emphasizing, this is a standard third-party Moodle quiz question type, and therefore it works in the same place as the other Moodle question types do. So, for example, there is another plugin called Student Quiz, which I highly recommend. I'm a massive fan of, that allows students to create their own questions. And one of the reasons this is very useful there is because if you're having students create questions, you want them to be using question types that are really easy to use. You don't have to give your students lessons in creating questions. It also has a lovely sister, which is Gap Fill, which I'm actually wearing the badge for here. I like to be fully logoed up, which has a similar concept of very easy to use fill in the blanks question type. And you can also use it as an embedded question. And the reason I've said free Libra there is, as I was emphasizing, that you can get this from GitHub, you can get this from the Moodle plugins database. My employers, Titus Learning, are very encouraging of this kind of stuff because they want to contribute to the community. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the easy to use, select the words, Wordselect, question type. Now, I'm Marcus Green, and you can contact me in those various ways. It says slide 19 here. I'm thinking, is there a slide 20? No, there isn't a slide 20. I had a cartoon on the last one I presented. I don't know if we got prizes today. We had prizes yesterday. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think it's question time now.
Thank you very much, Marcus. It was really on time, perfect timing. And I think there was like a perfect present. Oh no, yes, we have a question here. Let me read it for you. Great presentation, Marcus. Any plans for allowing multiple groups, such as having a paragraph and being able to select various words as group 1, verb, or group 2, noun?
That's very funny. I'd like to know who asked that. It's one of the great things about getting feedback from the UK Open University is the person, Tim Hunt, who's the quiz maintainer, has been talking about that kind of functionality. And I was actually thinking of that functionality only the other day, sort of independently. And they have some ideas on how it might be done and also how it might be presented as well. So absolutely no time frames. I try never to give time frames. But yes, that is a concept that I'm thinking about and other people are thinking about.
Okay. Well, I see no more questions here. So I think it was like perfectly clear, your presentation.
Thank you very much. When I presented yesterday, there was some people, there was a slight delay before questions came in, so I'm.
Yeah, maybe it could take a while.
That's.
Okay, but yeah. So
thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you.
And see you next one. And if anybody else has some question, please go to the forum.
I'll be monitoring the report. Yeah.
And Marcus will be around there answering questions. Thank you, Marcus, again. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
education technology like Moodle means that schools...
The pandemic has forced online learning into the spotlight. At its peak, there were 1.6 billion learners affected.
Users of the Moodle platform almost doubled during this time.
Many educators who were new to education jumped into video conferencing, but they're now realising they need solutions to manage the full learning process.
The Moodle community has been doing this for 20 years already.
2/3 of the world's universities use Moodle, as well as countless schools and businesses.
Even better, we do it with open education technology.
Open education technology like Moodle means that schools really can own their own platforms and customise them exactly to suit how they want to do things.
We can show the world what we know and really help empower educators to improve their education.
A Moodle Moot is a chance for the community to come together, to share best practice, to discuss these issues and to work together to change and improve the world.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back once more to Moodle Mood 2020, this huge virtual event this year. We're here on the education room again with my co-workers, my mates, Mary and Anna, and they will be talking about the Moodle Educator Certification Program, the MEC. So this is all yours, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, welcome to the tour of the Moodle Educator Certification Program with me, Mary Cooch, Education Manager, and Anna Krasa, MEC Coordinator. How this will work, we have an hour, so I'm going to do some speaking and present and introduce you to the MEC. Anna's monitoring the questions in the forums, and then once I finish the presenting, she's going to take over and she's going to answer all of your questions, or we might do that together. So that's how it's going to work. So let's get started, and you might actually find it useful to have a piece of paper, either in the old-fashioned way, paper, pen, or in the digital way, a digital notebook, because I'm going to be asking you some questions as you go along. And if you want to just jot down your answers and calculate your scores, you're very welcome to. And obviously you can do that via the YouTube stream as well. So let's get started. I wonder who has never heard of Moodle Educator Certification. And if you haven't, well, that's absolutely fine, because we're going to talk to you about it. Perhaps you have heard of the Moodle Educator Certification. If so, then just beware, because it has changed, and the version that we've been using now for a few months is updated, simplified, and streamlined. So either way, this is the latest news about what we call for short the MEC. So what is the MEC? I actually always like to, when I start defining things, I like to define what they're not, first of all. So the MEC is not, and it's very important to realize, it's not basic Moodle training. No, it isn't. So if you want basic Moodle training, there are various places you can go to get it. You can go to a Moodle partner, go to moodle.com partners and select one in your area. You can get training either face-to-face or online. We do a free Learn Moodle MOOC twice a year on learn.moodle.org. The next one starts on the 5th of October, and you can sign up now. We might also have something slightly sooner for you, but you'll just have to watch social media. So it's not Moodle admin training either, and the clue is in the title. It's Moodle Educator Certification. And again, if you want basic Moodle admin training, you can get that on our Moodle Admin Basics MOOC on learn.moodle.org, which is always available and free for you to go and do. If you want more advanced or more customized Moodle admin training, you can go to a Moodle partner as before. So that's what the MEC is not. So the Moodle Educator Certification is a program which is currently run by our Moodle partners. So Moodle partners have to go through a certification progress themselves. They actually have to do the MEC and then be trained in how to facilitate it, and then they run it with you. So you apply via a Moodle partner. And that's the way it works and will continue to work. However, we are also planning something known as MEC Direct, which might apply or might interest some of you who work in large organizations, such as universities. So some universities, it might not be applicable or appropriate to go via a Moodle partner for every single professor or lecturer that you have. So we're working on a subscription model where you could pay an annual subscription. We will train one of your instructional designers or trainers, and then they will run the MEC for you within your organization. That's still in the planning stage, but if you're interested to find out more or to help us plan it, drop us an email and we might get back to you with some questions in order to make sure we tailor it to what people want and the funding and the organization and so on. Now, what is the MEC then? Finally, the MEC is not mechanical training where you learn how to set up a forum or a workshop, because you should already know that. What the MEC does is look at how you want to teach your learners or how they need to learn and help you use Moodle to do it. And for that reason, you need to be an experienced Moodle using teacher. Although there is an element of training and an element of learning in the MEC, it is a certification process. So although we expect or we hope that your knowledge of Moodle will be enhanced, it isn't teaching you Moodle. And it is, the design is that you get a certificate at the end. So personally, Anna and I think ideally you should have at least 12 months real life teaching with actual Moodle classes and students. It isn't enough to do the Learn Moodle MOOC in October and then the MEC in November. It won't work. You need to have experience. So it's quite simple. And if you didn't know about an earlier version, it's much, much simpler to understand. There are 6 courses in this program. For each course, you get a badge. When you've got all 6 badges, you can apply for a certificate. In terms of payment, we can maybe talk later about that, but Moodle partners set their own payment, and some partners will include the price of the certificate in the payments. Others will ask you to pay for the certificate yourself, and that's the way it works. So I thought we could actually go in and explore how it works. Now, because you're going via a Moodle partner, now let's talk about the framework first of all. So the 6 courses are based on something called DigComp Edu, which is the European framework for the digital competence of educators. And I'm so glad they've abbreviated it to DigComp Edu. And although this is a European framework, it is internationally applicable. And basically what they have done is they've identified 6 areas of competence or skills that the 21st century educator who teaches online should have in terms of their professional engagement, their handling and sharing of digital resources, assessment, and so on. And within these 6 areas, they've identified competencies, specific competencies. There are actually 22 in all, a different number in each of the areas. And these 22 competencies, if you can meet these as an online educator, then you are very much an expert in your field. Let's just zoom in on one of them. Let's zoom in on teaching and learning. And you can see within that area, there is a guidance, teaching, self-regulated learning, collaborative learning, competence. Now, these 6 areas actually form the 6 courses of the Moodle Educator Certification Program. And so we are covering the same competencies in the same areas as DigComp Edu. So we're using something that's already out there and that is internationally applicable. We've just tailored it to Moodle, so it has a Moodle flavor. If you apply to do the MEC via a Moodle partner, or maybe later if you're doing it through your organization, you'll be doing it on a single Moodle Workplace site. Moodle Workplace is Moodle with some good extra bits. And one of the cool extra bits is that it's possible to isolate different organizations or partners so that you're just working in the area with other people in your group. So for example, we've already got this working with several Moodle partners. So if you signed up with one, here's Tres y Punt, for example, in the Spanish partner, you would go in through there and you would connect with other people working in Tres y Punt and their facilitators. My Learning Space is an Australian partner. So if you signed up with them, these are just 2 examples of the several we have. You would go and you would just be in their environment. Now, let's take this, the title of this is a tour of the Moodle Educator Certification Program. So we are going to go inside and take a tour. So when you log in, you see the actual program on your dashboard, MEC. There are the 6 courses with the 6 names from DigComp Edu. You go through them, and you also have what's called a home course, which is kind of like a lounge or a networking place, networking cafe, where you can go and connect with other candidates working at the same time as you, meet your facilitators, and that's where they will put some general information that applies to the whole MEC program. We'll go in and look at the teaching and learning course. This is just one of the courses. They're all similar in layout, but the content, and there is a lot of content, it's very rich in content, is different, obviously, for each course and area of competence. The first thing you might notice is that it is collapsed. So this is a Moodle workplace course layout. And in order to see what's in each of these, you just click on them to expand them and find the information. So if we click on what do you already know, we see a self-assessment check-in. Now, ideally, your Moodle partner would have checked your Moodle experience and knowledge before you hand over your money, but to make sure that you're right for the course. So this is kind of like a second check, and it's a very informal gauge of your level of experience using Moodle in each of those 6 courses. And I thought it would be fun and also interesting for you to try this. That's why I mentioned about the pen and the paper. I'm not giving any secrets away about the MEC because these self-assessment check-ins are based on what's already publicly out there in DigComp Edu. As I said, we've just adapted it with a Moodle feel or a Moodle flavor. And of course, these are only 4 questions here, so we cannot make life-changing decisions based on just 4 questions, but it does give you a general feel and give us a general feel of your level as you start the MEC, and you can also repeat it at the end. So if you're ready, let's go on to the first question, and you just need to read them and make a note of the letter that most applies to you. So I carefully consider how, when, and why to incorporate Moodle into my teaching to ensure it gives added value. So you choose A, I don't rarely use Moodle. I make basic use. I use a variety of Moodle tools, that's C. D, I use Moodle systematically. Or E, I use Moodle to innovate. So just write down yourself somewhere or memorize which one it is, okay, and then I'm going to move on. Question 2 out of 4. I monitor my learners' activities and interactions on Moodle. Are you an A? I hardly ever use Moodle. Are you a B? I use Moodle, but not for monitoring learners' activity. C, well, I occasionally check their activity. D, I regularly monitor and analyze. Or E, I regularly intervene and offer motivating or corrective comments. Now, be truthful. Put the one that does apply to you because it's important to see where you are. And we're going to go on to number 3. When my learners work in groups, they use Moodle to collaborate. A, well, my learners don't work in groups. B, it's not possible for your organization. You just doesn't apply to you. C, I encourage them to use Moodle when in groups. D, I require them to work in groups and use Moodle. Or E, they do this jointly, they create knowledge, they're very much into this, okay? And the last one, I use Moodle to allow learners to plan, document, and monitor their learning themselves, self-regulated. A, not possible. B, well, they do, but they don't use Moodle. C, sometimes. D, I use a variety of tools for this. Or E, I systematically integrate different tools for this. So make your final choice. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the table for you to calculate your score. So you should have 4 mixes of A's, B's, C's, D's. And so I'm not very good at maths, but I do know that say you got E in each of them, you should have a maximum of 16. If you had a mix of A's and B's, you could not get more than 4. So just work out what you have, and then we'll move on, and I'm going to show you how these link to our levels. Okay, when I taught for 28 years, and my students always used to say to me, Miss, slow down, I can't copy it down. So I'm just trying to speak a bit to give you a chance to make your calculations. It's not complicated. And then we'll take a look at how these relate to the MEC. So are you ready? You've got your score. And see which level you are there. So for instance, if you did get all 4, you got 16, that makes you C2. If you got a mix of A's and B's and you got 4, that makes you A2. So what does that actually mean? Well, keep a memory of the combination of letter and numbers that you got, and I will show you. So A1, and this is the other way around, sorry. If you got A1, you're a newcomer. You're new to Moodle, we think. Say, for example, you got all E's, you got 16, you're a pioneer, you're an innovator, okay? And let me show you in more detail what your level means. So I won't read them all out, I'll just read one and let you read the one that applies to you. So have you got your level? This is what they mean. I'll just read B2. That's significant. Your teaching practice actively includes creative Moodle use. You experiment and reflect and support others. That's sort of just above the middle level there. So have a look at the one that applies to you. And I'm going to explain it further. Now, we did not, Moodle HQ, we did not invent these levels. We didn't sit thinking, oh, shall we make it A, B, C, 1, 2? We didn't. These were already around and being used in the world. In language teaching, subject close to my heart, the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. And although this is again European, this is a framework that's widely used around the world. I went to a Moodle conference in Japan, and the universities there teaching English to Japanese students use them all the time. I presented at some conferences in Moscow and St. Petersburg. They also use these levels, A1 to C2, for English as a foreign language. So that was already there. It's just was taken over by DigComp Edu, and now we are using it for the MEC. So what does it actually mean? Let's look at it in a languages point of view first to clarify it. So if you're an A1 in Spanish or whatever, you could get yourself a cup of coffee, maybe buy a pizza, you wouldn't starve. If you're A2, you could have a nice chat about your home and family. Moving on up, so the higher, the more you can say. If you have a degree at university, like I did French, you really should be at least a C1, okay? If you work professionally full-time as an interpreter or translator, you're C2. So if we then relate that to your Moodle competence or to your digital competence as an educator, same system. So if you are A1, you could only order a cup of coffee in Spanish. It's too soon for you to do the MEC in Moodle because you're a newcomer, remember that word. If you're a B2, then you would, if you took the MEC, you would pass it. The minimum pass level is B2. And we would hope that our top trainers in Moodle partners are at least C1, which remember is degree level in language learning, and hopefully also C2, which is interpreter translator. So let's assume for our tour of the MEC that we've got a B1. B1's a good place to start doing the MEC. If you came out as an A2, you could have a discussion with your Moodle partner and they would see whether they feel that you're ready. You might be ready, you might not. But let's say we're B1 and we're very keen to learn more and get this certificate. So we're back in the course, we did the self-assessment check-in. So now we're going to go to the teaching and learning overview. And for each of the 4 competencies in this course, there is a book with information that you read and take in. So we've got teaching there, we've got guidance, we've got collaborative learning, and we've got self-regulated learning. And after each book, there is a quiz. It's a formative quiz. You can take it as often as you like, but you have to get 80%. It's formative because that's important, but also because the MEC certification is based on assessed assignments, which I'll talk about shortly. So let's go into maybe the teaching book so you can have a quick look. And so there's a lot of information pages, chapters down here, and you might think, that's a bit plain. Where's all the fancy videos and the H5P, and where are all the colors and the images? You need to remember that this is designed to be translated into other languages. We have translators ready, and they are beginning doing that, Spanish in particular, but several other languages. So we don't want to add hard to translate things. Also, we're very conscious that you should always design with a mobile first, with a small screen in mind. And so we've kept it simple, but all the information is there. One thing that's very important is that for each competence, we show you case studies. So these are examples of Moodle using educators who have a problem, such as Ralph here, and then we show you the solution that they've done using Moodle. And we hope that these can give you some ideas and inspiration for your own Moodle use. Here's another one, George. So George works in a legal firm and he wants to encourage his staff to do the professional development they're required to. That's his problem. So you can learn what his solution is. At the moment, these are kind of made up case studies, but we're hoping that we can get some real life case studies from our Moodle partners as the MEC progresses. There are lots of them in all of the courses, at least 40, I think, the last time I counted. So thanks to all these people on Pixabay and Unsplash who donated their identities in the course of the Moodle Educator Certification case studies. So when you've read through a book and you've assimilated the information, you then do a formative quiz. So let's have a go. And again, if you want to do this on your pen and paper, just a couple of the quiz questions in the MEC. There are lots of them. So let's try two from the teaching. You just see what you think. Don't type anything, but just think to your head. Oleg wants to encourage learners to extend their discussions in the forum. How should he phrase his responses so as to encourage them to elaborate on their response? Select all that apply. So you see here that the squares mean that you can select more than one answer. How did you feel? Why do you feel like that? Did you enjoy this assignment? Tell me about and immediately you see that this is not, how do I set up an assignment? Click here, click there. This is teaching. You know, this is actually teaching, not only teaching online, but just teaching anywhere. Okay, now the bad news is I am not going to tell you the answer, because if you want to know the answer, you have to come and do the MEC. So you can see the questions, but you can't have the answers. Let's do another one, okay? Kwame is running training on a workplace site for future business managers. They're very highly skilled, digitally literate, independent learners. Clue is in the question. To encourage them on the first day, he adds 5 badges to be earned when completing tasks such as reading the facilitator introduction. He's disappointed to read in their course feedback they didn't appreciate them. Why do you think is the most likely reason for this? Okay, this time we only want you to select one, hence the circle radio buttons. They didn't understand the concept of digital badges. They thought they were inappropriate, they should have had a certificate. They felt they'd rather have real badges on their clothes, or they felt receiving badges for little effort was insulting. So you think, whatever you think, I'm not going to say, but again, I just wanted to show you the kinds of quiz questions that there are. And incidentally, sometimes sometimes they're not one correct answer. Sometimes we have it so that some answers are more correct than others, or you get more or fewer points. Okay, so you've done the books, you've done the quizzes, now to do your assessed tasks. And obviously I'm not going to show you an assessed task, but I can show you the kinds of ways in which they work. So they're written tasks, things like your friend Dev has asked you for advice on, and then there would be a Moodle related problem or a teaching related problem that you need to use Moodle for. So you need to write that with your own experience. Or it might be phrased like this: you've been asked to speak to trainee teachers about, and then it will be your experience in assessing learners or your experience in flipped learning, gamification, anything like that, where again, you have to give your Moodle experience. And so this can be shared with you. You need to write between 500 and 800 words, including your own experiences. That's why you can't come straight from Learn Moodle MOOC. Do include, where safe and secure, screenshots of real courses without giving any data away. Some people are able to include a link to a course they're running or have run. Some Moodle partners actually require their students to be creating a course during the program. If you don't pass the pass, you've got to get B2 over the assessments. You can try 3 times, after which point there needs to be some conversation. Okay. And how they're graded, we're graded through a rubric, and you can see the rubrics, so you're given the rubrics, and you see that it's quite complex because you get a grade on how complete your answer is, but also you're graded on each competence, so you need to ensure you cover them in your answers over the 2 assessed tasks, the 2 assignments. And if you do all of that, and you do all 6 courses, and you get all 6 badges, you can then apply to get your certificate, and you will be certified as a Moodle educator. And that was a whistle-stop tour of the Moodle Educator Certification Program. So I'm just going to stop here, and I'm going to hand over to Anna. Hopefully is going to come and tell us some questions that have been coming up in the forums, and I'll give my voice a rest and hand over to you.
Hello, thank you, Mary. I think you said it all about MEC. A comprehensive presentations. Yes, we have some questions in the forum. I was tempted to answer there, but I think it's better to discuss them here. Mary Stocklin said that asks, can an academic institution, university, for example, deliver the program and the Moodle Educator Certification itself, or is it absolutely necessary to go through a Moodle partner? And she made an addition after that. Sorry, I missed the part about the MEC Direct. When will this organizational subscription be available? Well, Mary, the answer is that we are working towards the MEC Direct, and we are in process of analyzing this as a product and discussing with institutions interested about that. So I think that the best option is to contact us, and we can have a separate meeting and discuss this in detail. There will be, when MEC Direct as a product, it will be ready, as a subscription will be ready, will be announced definitely. But if you like to be involved in early discussions, you definitely can reach us, and we can take it from there. Leslie Hamilton asks if the MEC program is self-paced, or you have to join a cohort for a time period of completion. This actually depends on Moodle partners. There are Moodle partners who have the MEC subscriptions every 2 months or every second week, and they gather people and go all together. There are other partners who have the courses completely self-paced, and everyone can join the time he wants and have to complete in a certain time, but not in a cohort time. So it depends on the Moodle partner. You have to contact them and find the solution that fits for you. Also, there is a time limit for completing the whole MEC. Of course, you cannot start the MEC in 2020 and then complete it 10 years later. That won't work, certainly. But you have to check the details with a Moodle partner. Moodle MEC courses have been written have been written in a way that can be worked as self-paced courses and can have minimum interaction, or can be worked as a cohort courses. So you also asked if the MEC is relevant for learning technologists, the learning developers, which are individuals who support academic staff and are not directly student-facing. Well, this is quite tricky. And sometimes the answer could be yes, sometimes the answer could be no. We definitely cannot be sure how much of Moodle teaching you know, how aware you are. Our guideline is that MEC is referred to experienced Moodle teachers. So if you don't have experience with actual students, it will be tricky. There's no guarantee that you will eventually succeed. But I know in some organization, usually universities or some academic or some corporate environments use technical staff to set up the courses, and in some cases those people are very engaged to instructional design and also to support the facilitators. So it depends on the experience that each one has. There's no clear answer, yes or no, for every case, because every case is different. The best solution would be to contact a Moodle partner and discuss this with them. They will probably take you through a training course to confirm that you are ready for MEC, and then you can start. Another question from Lisa McCaver. Is the MEC applicable to seasoned learning technologies? Is exactly the same question, I think. Those who support academic staff and who have knowledge and experience of teaching, but who do not have a typical teaching remit. Again, the answer is probably yes, but can be for sure yes, definitely yes. You will take this, you will discuss this with your Moodle partner, and they will guide you. A comment from Sam Lincoln. I like the idea of competence level A1 to C2, but they do not tend to relate to academic educational courses, regular classes attending during a full semester. In the business world, where learning is usually more short intervention for individuals and entirely asymmetric, it's not always possible to create groups, for example. Some business trainers may not be able to demonstrate regularly practice some of the competencies which would be improved their competence grade. I think the suggestion that not encouraging attendance on the MEC unless B2, for example, is achieved may preclude some participants who were not able to practice using the full capability of Moodle, but want to. Is this a fair observation? Well, I think yes, it is a fair observation. MEC, as Mary said, is not a training course. So yes, we demand that people who will jump in will be experienced Moodlers and will have a good understanding of Moodle as tool, and also a good understanding of online teaching, online facilitation, of instructional design, of all these aspects that are forming the distance education. So that's why Moodle partners who offer MEC usually have teaching and training training before taking MEC. So again, I will suggest that if you contact a Moodle partner, you will have a more a clear direction on how to achieve an MEC. They will guide you through that. So we also have some questions in the forum here. Yahoo is MEC self-paced, or are there only few intakes per year? Generally, is self-paced, but it depends on the Moodle partner that you will collaborate with. So you have to go to the moodle.com/partners to find your partner who's offering MEC and discuss the case with them. So engage with peer learners. No, engaging with peer learners is not required. Some, but again, this is something that, it depends on the facilitator, on the partner who is facilitating the process. Some of them are encouraging peer interaction, some of them are not. So I would say that the courses are written in a neutral way, and there are some forums, not too many and not mandatory, but their use is up to the facilitator. Okay, as Mary said, let me check once again.
Yeah, there are some more questions in the forums, actually.
Yes.
I think we're getting a lot of questions. I hope this means we're going to get a lot of candidates as well.
Yes, that's the interesting thing. Okay, does the MEC, from Leslie, does the MEC align to the Association of Learning Technologies Certified member, the CMALT, which is portfolio-based certification? No. No, it's not. It hasn't been developed like that, and it doesn't require any portfolio or any. I'm not sure if I'm accurate on this, but the portfolio-based certification is not like this. We are not setting up activities. We are not required to set up things to express your experience and your competencies, that you own the competencies. You are asked to answer by experience, which means that you already have the portfolio done and you already have courses and experience of how to deal with classes and everything. And then you come to verify that you do have these competencies, sharing your own experience. Another one from Sam. I like the idea of MEC Direct. The commercial world, especially in the UK, tends towards being in control in preference to outsourcing. The ability to train a company MEC qualified training is very appealing. Thank you for the input. Adisei, hopes I'm saying this correctly. Does the MEC have designated commence dates? No, but no is the general answer, but you have to contact to the Moodle partners because they are offering the MEC, and it depends on them. Some partners do say that every second month we launch an MEC run. Some partners say that every 2 weeks we have opening for MEC. Some others say that MEC is always open. You have to contact a Moodle partner and discuss the process with them. Tony Gimson, what should I do? I've looked for a Moodle partner, but none comes up that deals with the MEC specifically. I think that, I assume, Tony, that you went to the moodle.com/partner site. Well, if you want to check all the partners who offer the MEC, you have to first click the option to view all and then filter them by MEC, by the service MEC. So first you list them all, and you choose the service of MEC. Otherwise, you have to search by region. So then you choose region, and you find the partners there. Sue asks if there are no Moodle partners for certification in my country, what do I ask next? Well, the obvious thing to do here is just to search for another partner who can offer the MEC into your language. If your language is English, then you have more options. Good or bad, but this is the case. So let me check one again. Okay. How many, so ask also, how many MEC trainers are there at this time? Is there a user group or special interest group? I'm not sure I understand the question. Mary?
Well, the only people who can train you in the MEC or facilitate MEC courses are Moodle partners who we train to be facilitators. So I would imagine if you can do some mathematics, Anna, that if you look at the number of Moodle partners who are already certified to run the MEC, they have at least one or two, then that's the number who are available. But there's no public user group, no.
Yes, this is not public because we offer MEC through partners. But other, okay, and now I realized what was the question, sorry. We have, I would say about 20 MEC facilitators, certified facilitators. But some may belong to the same partner. Some partners have more than one or more than two. So it's just an average. And this number is always, it's dynamic. It's not standard. This is the number now, but next week we may have more people coming or people who complete their MEC. And of course, more partners who are going to offer MEC. And Luigi correctly mentioned a Moodle partner from France, says that the MEC program will soon be in several languages from partners. And this is very exciting because we are in a process of translating MEC. And we expect to have very multilingual product. We're gonna have French, Spanish, Japanese, Chinese, Greek, a lot of options. So we're looking forward to that. I'm checking again the questions. Okay. Stephen says that he's excited about this. First came across the MEC at the Global Mood in Barcelona last year, but this session has helped answer many of the questions he had about. And yes, go and get the power. Contact a Moodle partner. Sue asks, is the certification for a time period before retesting? Yeah, well, there's no. We expect that there's no due date for MEC. If you get MEC, you get MEC, and this lasts forever pretty much. It's one life certification. I don't know if the future technology, if things change so dramatically in the future and technology forces us to apply a recertification or something, but the idea is that if you have the competencies, you do have the competencies, and that's life.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the thing about the Moodle Educator Certification is that there's a big element of understanding teaching in general online. So unless the whole sphere of teaching radically transforms, you know, a lot of the things that you will be exploring and you're experiencing teaching online or blended or even offline that apply now will still apply in the future. So that's why Anna was saying, as she was saying, it's not the different buttons that you click in Moodle that it's dependent on.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Mary. And also another question from Sam. I've just checked the Moodle partner site and discovered that there is no partner offering in MEC in his area. Will it be possible for an individual who has qualified as a facilitator to offer the course as individual? No. Short answer, no. MEC is only offered through partners and only through the MEC direct solution. So it won't be done otherwise.
Just to point out, actually, we will update the list because Catalyst UK do offer it, so get in touch with them.
Well, yes, you have to keep in mind that, as I said before, the Moodle partners list is a dynamic list and it may be updated every day, something. This is not, you know, is not a matter of speech, it's actual. We have a lot of partners interested in, and a lot of people is preparing and are about to finish their training and their preparation for MEC. And this list is getting updated very quickly.
I'll just answer a question to give you a chance to refresh your page, Anna. Marie is asking about MEC Direct. How many people could be trained? What would be the cost? And basically, as I said and Anna reiterated, we are still at the planning stage. So these are the kinds of questions that we want to answer. And that's why we'd like your feedback as to what you think is ideal situations. And it also depends on different areas of the world as well. So the answer is we don't have an answer yet, but we're working on it.
And we're happy to have your inputs for that. It seems that we have no new questions in the forum.
Yes, hello. I see one from Mary Stocking, or is this the one that Mary just answered?
Yes, it's about the MEC Direct. Yes.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thank you.
And nothing from the audience here in the room. So.
There is one question, actually.
There is something, yes.
Do you want to, I tell you what, would you like to answer that last question, Anna? And then I suppose we can finish, Raphael, yeah?
Well, so, yes, the cost vary. I don't think it varies greatly. The cost depends on Moodle partners. So different areas, different factors are taken into account. So they do vary, but I don't think they vary.
Oh, Anna just went. I don't know what happened, but she was saying, yes, it does vary, but it doesn't vary that greatly. The cost of the certificate itself is €200. That doesn't vary. But as I said, that might be included in the cost for Moodle partners that Moodle partners charge, or they might ask you to pay for it separately. Okay, but you can certainly ask of different partners and find out the price. I just continued your sentence, Anna.
Thank you. Yeah, my computer want to make a refresh something. Thank you very much, Mary.
Okay, so I think we might be done.
Okay,
yes,
so
looks like.
Yeah, well, if there are some more questions, the participants can still go on and ask them. I'm pretty sure Diana and Mary will be around asking them. Thank you very much for making my work so easy now, because you made everything for me. And that's it. It was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason. As a Moodle partner, we have been working with the best in terms of having access to first-hand support from the Moodle HQ. That has been really supportive in these 15 years. And also, we have had the kind of obligation to keep up on a standardized level of quality, because being a Moodle partner sometimes is really a hard work for us. We have to keep up with a certain level of service, a certain level of quality, in not only in the services we provide, but also in the commercial and support we do to our customers. That's why Entornos has been growing, has been steadily growing, not only in the amounts of the customers served, but also in the quality of the services. We are certified in several instances, and we keep on renewing our compromise on the partnership program every year.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those. Companies are concerned about retention, retaining employees. How do you nurture your employees to get them to stay in your organization, but also to become more productive? And there's a skill gap, I think we all know that. Moodle itself is being used to build internal e-learning ecosystems that are used to build culture for companies, nurture their employees, and make sure those employees are happy and want to stay and are very productive in the long term for the companies. Absolutely. I'd say that it's changing rapidly right now, and I think it's going to change even more so over the next couple of years. I think the reason for that is there's a massive skill gap from the higher ed to workplace. When you come in, many times you don't have the skills you need to be successful. So pro-ed organizations, corporations especially, are using systems like Moodle to help fill that skill gap by deeply integrating the product to content repositories, such as you see from Lynda or companies like Go1, where Moodle has strong integrations. They're using that, tracking that in order to address that need. I think the game changer right now is the explosion of new products that integrate into the e-learning ecosystem. Moodle lends itself very well to integrations because it is open source, and I think there's a lot more companies out there that are coming onto the scene offering very interesting solutions for problems that corporations are seeing in the States right now.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another session of Moodle Moot Global Online 2020. And I have with me this afternoon Jordi and Jose Manuel from I Think UPC, who are going to talk about Agora to the cloud. And I'm going to pass over to them now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. Hello, I'm Jordi Piqué, IT consultant at I Think UPC, and with me it's going to be Jose Manuel Reche, also from I Think UPC, who is our main cloud architect and will help me if any technical question arises or if you want to have a more deep knowledge of our experience with Moodle and the cloud. Please feel free to comment or ask any doubt you may have in the forum or chat, and Manuel will ask them if possible. If not, we will send you the answer by email afterwards. Okay, without further ado, let's begin because we have a tight schedule. I'm going to explain our experience migrating Agora, the Moodle-based virtual learning environment service for secondary schools of the Department of Education of Catalonia, to the cloud. Wait, change the presentation. Okay. In my presentation, I will start by giving a bit of context of the project, why the migration to the cloud, and spoiler, why migrate it to Amazon Web Services. Then I will follow explaining a bit about the strategy we plan to move the service without disruption. Then I will outline the migration process, and I will finish with some lessons learned or tips that might help you smooth the way if you happen to be on the same path. Okay, let's dive in. In 2006, the Department of Education decided to gradually introduce ICT in classrooms. The aim was to provide teachers in public schools with educational tools and resources that might enable them to improve the quality of teaching. To achieve this objective, Agora was created in 2007. Agora is a system to support the learning process. The learning was and is nowadays basically classroom-based. For secondary schools in Catalonia, it has a Moodle-based LMS and a web developed in WordPress for each school. Though not all of them, all schools, had Agora, there were more than 1,400 Moodle sites and 2,000 websites, which generated an average of 40 million accesses per month with peaks of 10,000 concurrent users. Let me stress those numbers. Volumes are huge. The potential number of unique users is more than 450,000 users. I Think UPC, an IT company with expertise in Moodle, has been participating in the project since the beginning, giving technical assistance and support, improving the platform, and so on and so forth. But after more than 10 years of service, the current infrastructure was getting old and not big enough to cope with the expected increase of demand. So a project and an investment to migrate the infrastructure was needed. Why the cloud? Well, Agora service had problems on both the business and on the technology sides. From the business point of view, time to market. The department had difficulties in coping with the increase of school demanding access to the service because it not was easy to deploy the new instance of Moodle for the school. Remember that each school has its own Moodle instance. And from the technology point of view, technological obsolescence, availability, and lack of elasticity. So in a nutshell, the new infrastructure needed elasticity and agility, and the cloud solution could help on both of them. In 2008, the CCTA, the IT company of the government of Catalonia, conducted a study of cloud alternatives. Amazon Web Services, AWS, and Microsoft Azure were the two cloud solutions studies. There are not many more, are there? So after talking to the providers, implemented a series of proof of concept, POC, they came to the conclusion that both of them had similar characteristics and cost, but AWS had been in the market longer than Azure, had more broader range of services available, and mainly more references using Moodle, such as Moodle Cloud, the official Moodle Cloud host solution, and better integration with different databases, such as PostgreSQL, whereas Azure works very well with SQL servers, and there is no big Moodle sites using SQL Server. So AWS was the winner. I think IPC were in charge of preparing and executing the migration of Agora to the cloud. Okay, one of the first things you need to think about when you are moving a service to the cloud is, what path will I follow? Amazon proposes 6 alternatives, which are called the 6 R's, from moving the platform as it is to redesign it from scratch. In our case, we thought that replatform, when you make some minor adjustments to get some benefits from the cloud services, but not changing the core, was the best alternative. Because we could slightly improve the infrastructure, but on the other hand, we didn't want any disruption of the service due to excessive modification of the design. We decided that other bigger changes could be implemented, if needed, after the infrastructure was already on the cloud. So the main changes we made were migrate the database from Oracle to Aurora PostgreSQL, the PostgreSQL version of AWS. We had experience doing that for other clients, and we were very confident on the performance of PostgreSQL. Consider the infrastructure as code, IAC, so could have an elastic service which could grow based on the demand with Terraform and a scripted language to manage infrastructure as code. And designed to have a secure, managed, and integrated in the DevOps cycle with high availability as well. I'm sorry, this slide is not in English, but I think all of you can notice it is a project planning somehow. The project started at the end of 2019 and had to be finished by the end of the semester, around July 2020. So nowadays, more or less. It seems a lot of time, but remember that we had to migrate over 2,000 Moodle instances, each one with its own URL, more than 5 terabytes of disk space, and all without a big bang approach and avoiding service disruption, which means basically working on weekends. First, we need to be sure that the designed infrastructure was correct, so we designed and execute a series of POC, proof of concept, to validate, among other things, the overall performance, the reliability of Amazon Aurora Postgres, because you never know, the duration of the progress of migrations for one school, so it was scalable. So after executing with success all the POCs, that was the final architecture design. For the sake of the presentation, I'm not going to explain it in detail, but if any one of you is interested in more detailed explanation, please do not hesitate to contact Jose Manuel, who is the father of the future. He will be more than happy to help. Only say that we have high availability, having Moodle deployed on 2 availability zones, which is one of the mechanisms Amazon offers to ensure high availability. Auto-scaling managed with Terraform, Aurora PostgreSQL as serverless instance, and EFS, Elastic File System, as Moodle document file system. EFS and serverless are managed services, so you don't have to worry about it or its configuration. It's always available. It always has a space. It manages its own backup, so you only have to pay for it. Well, I said that we had to work on weekends, but now that nobody is listening, that's not the whole truth. So we developed a tool that helped with the migration. It was planned to migrate around 250 schools each weekend, and each migration took around 20 minutes. So the create of Moodle instance, install all the plugins, install the template, basic configuration, move the file system, transform the database, and execute an automated test to validate the migrations. If you do the math, you can see that there is no much room for misdirection or failure. After the automatic process finished, a person did a last check that everything was in order. And if so, we can redirect the URL to the new service and open it for production. Everything went smoothly, as planned. And then So when we thought that we had everything planned, made a risk analysis on the project and established contingency plans because we are professionals, the COVID happened. Everybody at home, okay, don't worry, we are working on weekends, so what's the big deal? Well, the big deal was that Agora was only aimed for secondary and high schools, and not all of them had it. But now primary school students were also at home. And the Department of Education told us they wanted to expand the Agora service to primary school as well, taking advantage of the fact that it was already, or it was in the process of being in the cloud. So we hadn't started the migration process yet when all this happened, and the department prioritized creating an LMS service for primary schools. They didn't have one. And secondary and high schools could continue to use the existing platforms for a little longer. So we replanned the project, but reused the design and processes we had developed for our infrastructure. That helped a lot, of course. In about 2 weeks, we had up and running 700 new instances for primary school. We had the same code as Agora with a more childish design. We call it Edge. After that, we could execute the other part of the project as planned. So this graph shows you the evolution of the creation of new instances. You can see here in dark red how the new instances are created over the time. And in pale red, the decreased service provided by the old infrastructure. The first 2 weeks, those here, are the instances for the primary school or Edge, and the others are for Agora. Now, nowadays, we're running more than 2,000 instances of Moodle on AWS, and we have the increase it if in September, when the schools start to function again, more demand is needed from the platform. So, as a conclusion, I'd like to give you some ideas that may help you if you need to walk this path. First, POC. It's important to do as many POC, proof of concepts, as you can. They will help you better design the infrastructure and be more confident in the migration as well. You can prove anything that you can, but I explained before what we tested. Collaboration with AWS technicians. They know better than anyone the services, and they are very happy to help. So contact them or any certified partner. Have in mind the volume of data you have to migrate. The time you need only to move the data is not negligible. It could impact on your planning. Go for infrastructure as code design. It would help with their architecture. Consider auto-scaling to optimize cost, and serverless for only worry about the service and not the infrastructure where it is running. And as many, this is not an IT project. It's a teamwork. All stakeholders of the project must be actively involved in the project. And if the project would coincide with a lockdown, everything will be easier. Work 24/7, work on weekends, you name it. No, just kidding. We hope that happens never again. Oops. Well, that brings me to the end of my talk. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask them. We'll do our best to answer them.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed your approach to your work and your desire to work every weekend and all.
Well, the confinement helped a lot. We expect that not to happen again, but you know.
Yes, it's brought a lot of interesting new ways of working and different hours of working over the last Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like a burden to work on weekends because you at the end you are at home 24/7.
Right.
So
That's right. Yes. I'm just going to check with Anna if there are any questions.
Okay.
I noticed that you, Jose Manuel, you've been in the forums anyway, so you'll be monitoring those if people have some when they watch this later on, if they're not watching it now. So no other questions from Anna. Anything else?
because the presentation will be online for the people to.
Yes, yeah, the recordings are shown at the end of every day. So
okay.
Then they can watch them and then they can post the questions in the forum. Yes.
Okay, so we'll be checking the forum as well.
Yes.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, so all registrants will have access to the presentations for a month. So
okay.
If there's nothing else, then I think we can stop. And thank you very much for your very engaging presentation.
Thank you very much, Mary. See you. Bye.
Bye. My name is Pallavi Bajaj. I'm one of the owners of Ballistic Learning Private Limited in India, a Moodle partner. And Lokesh Nair and Pankaj Somani are the leads on my client engagement team. So the higher ed market in India is big, it's skill intensive, it's untapped, it's evolving, and it now has the full force of the government's open source policy mandate behind it. So it's an exciting market to be in.
So in last 5 years, I think that with the mandate from government to use open source technologies, okay, so it's a big boom for open source platforms like Moodle to be used throughout the higher ed and the corporate sector. Yes, I agree to it with the introduction of artificial intelligence concepts and blockchain. Okay, so this will definitely change the mindset of the for the end users from moving from a mindset of a fixed mindset of learning and teaching to a growing mindset of learning and teaching.
I think so. Moodle Workplace is a game changer because of its corporate offering and its workflows and its reporting and analytics. So I think so the Moodle Workplace is the game changer for us.
My name is Jonathan Moore. I'm a co-founder at My Learning Consultants. Our focus is in the name. So we take an advisory consulting approach with our clients. We like to say we start with a blank sheet of paper and find out what the goals are for the organization for their program and what budget they have in mind. And then we bring in the knowledge of best practices, both technically and pedagogically. And we synthesize those three elements into a custom plan for the client. I had been a shareholder in one of the first Moodle partners, and so we had a lot of familiarity with the program, and we got to a point where we were ready to grow our consulting business. And so we felt that was the best way to achieve that. It has. We immediately, the first week after the announcement of the partnership, we started receiving leads from Moodle HQ, and they were well qualified and a good match for the services that we offered. And I think year over year, we're about 5 times larger in revenue since becoming a partner. You know, we've been involved, even though we're a new partner, we've been involved in that ecosystem and worked with Moodle HQ for a long time. And this time around, we're seeing a lot more support and active involvement in terms of helping to develop sales and just the engineering side and the knowledge to support. The open source nature of Moodle is really important to the way that we interact with clients. It's what lets us take that blank piece of paper approach, is because we're very confident that whatever the client would want to do, we can stand on the shoulders of Moodle, leverage. There's 1,600 plugins available from the community. We can use that to achieve what they want to achieve, and then if there's some little gap after that, the system is designed in such a way that it's easy to improve it, to make it, say, the difference between a piece of clothing that you'd buy off the rack versus a tailored suit. What we try to convey to our clients is
Hello, hello. Ian here with UniCheck. Thanks everybody for finding time to go over this quick session with us today. We're going to be talking about the downsides of distant learning and technology mistakes that I think you should avoid. I'm not going to be running this one alone. My colleague Alina is going to be backing me up. She's going to be doing the Q&A section while I will take advantage of the video part. So if you guys have any question, if you want to know more about their service or generally want to stop by and say hello to our team, please do not hesitate to first of all stop by our booth. We're going to be here throughout the whole event. And the Q&A section, we're going to leave it to the very end of the presentation. So the key highlights of today's speech. We're going to be talking about the problem distant learning, key challenges that ed tech providers are facing right now during the pandemic, technology features that are in high demand by educators around the world, and plagiarism prevention topic, mainly the issues instructors are facing when working with many different plagiarism protection software. Extra functionality that may come in handy, this part of the presentation I do as a little tour of the standard functionality of our main report. So please stay till the very end. So let's start at the very beginning. So this is the one single lifetime event happening right now, perhaps one in a century event, something that we've never faced before. And the sectors of the economy that are vulnerable and going to be disrupted the most are those that haven't seen much of a disruption in the last 50 to 100 years. Sorry, that is healthcare and education, of course, mainly higher education. In healthcare, we've already seen it, but in higher eds, we're yet to feel how this fundamentally alters the way we approach, most of our mundane things right now. Most governments around the world already closed educational institutions in an attempt to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic, and the nationwide closures are right now impacting more than 70% of the world's learners, and that is more than 1 billion people. Huge. That's according to UNESCO. And here at UniCheck, our mission is to try our best to support educators in their effort to at least mitigate this immediate impact and to facilitate the continuity of education for all throughout remote learning. So some of the challenges that institutions are facing right now are all related, in my personal opinion, to the sudden move towards online education. Not a lot of people really had time to adapt, and very few can say that they have equal access to all the technologies needed for proper online education for both educators and kids alike. Because obviously not everybody has an option for an iPad or even internet in their country. And when it comes to this daily teacher's routine, there are even few reliable and accessible tools available right now, which are mostly very, very bloated, sort of big, complex systems that have a big lack of intuitive functionality. So it's very hard to use them, it's very hard to adapt to them, and it's very hard to sort of jump on board fast where a lot of people think about the situation really needs this. And there are also some challenges for ed tech providers during COVID-19. Some of the major blocks include the increased system loads, unstable access and operation for many different systems out there because of the increased system load, in my personal opinion, a drop in delivery speed, delays in customer response times. So it all comes down to the high volume service demand that we need to fulfill. Here is a great example. So just starting from March, we see 3 times more papers submitted to UniCheck than just during the winter. And that is just the start of the pandemic. So naturally, when trying to adapt, institutions out there have a very straightforward list of things that they have in demand for the future service provider. Speed, uptime, privacy, security, accuracy, and of course, everybody wants to have everything in one place. Nobody wants to have all their apps, across the tabs in your browser. So everybody, generally, in my personal opinion, doesn't want to be juggling in between many apps when trying to actually solve a pretty simple problem there. So how does UniChat comply with all the above? First of all, just last year, we moved to the most robust and secure cloud hosting platform out there, Amazon. This new cloud hosting architecture has largely increased our user data protection. Plus, Amazon right now has more than 66 availability zones in more than 21 regions across the globe. Therefore, if a college or school is located in the US, Australia, and many other countries out there, UniChat will also be hosted at a closer distance, basically to ensure the better data protection, the higher scaling possibilities, and of course, the protection of user data. AVS also enables UniChat to auto-scale during peak season to let the faculty and students check larger amounts of academic papers if they need to. Also, there's an option to bulk upload that will not affect anything in your particular process. Plus, due to Amazon, we've finally hit 99.95% uptime, which is the highest in the industry. Our software is fully integrated with most LMS systems out there, pretty much on native levels through the LTI. So you're never gonna find yourself, once again, juggling between many different apps out there. Plus, we specialize not only in finding plagiarism in those student work, but all sorts of cheating that they might be doing in order to lower the plagiarism score. Plus, the services package comes with 24/7 all-around support, and we recently introduced our clients to the live chat option where they can start a conversation with the representative anytime when working on a report, in a standalone, or even on the main website. So what's the problem that educators are facing right now? There is a growing number in online submissions, less time for grading, and the evaluation is usually, and back in the days, it was solely based on the similarity score only, which is definitely not correct. And that's what we're going to be discussing right now. Because plagiarism checkers are much more than just a matching tag score. So I'm going to do a little tour of the standard functionality of the report. But I want you to keep in mind that what we're trying to do here is we're trying to actually save you time doing your daily routine by giving you as many reliable options as we can. So every report's research, every plagiarism detection report research starts with a mini map that helps you quickly navigate through those bulky docs, highlighting everything you need to know about the submission in its own unique color. So if you see anything yellow, that's a match either with the internet or something found in other student works uploaded previously. The quotes and citations are going to be blue and purple respectively, and hopefully you're never going to see anything red on the minimap in any of your students' work ever. Quotes and citation functionality allows you to quickly sort out those quotes and reference from the main functionality of the report and omit them if needed. Super easy, never going to be doing this again on your own. By the way, our software is currently recognized in all 5 different citation and reference formats like MLA, APA, Chicago Tribune, and Harvard. So everything like that's going to be excluded from the report by default. It's going to end up in your quotes section. Side-by-side comparison feature is essential to any plagiarism detection software out there, in my personal opinion, because it allows you to quickly identify the match and sort it out on the source without having the need to actually open the source in a separate tab. Pretty good. Our text feature allows you to quickly sort out all those things not relevant to the student submission. Like in most cases where students are given a certain template with teachers' questions on it that you want, that the teacher might want to exclude in order to not bother as plagiarism and all of those other student submissions. Pretty handy. Exclude sources allows you to quickly exclude that source not relevant to this particular student submission. Pretty easy. So the functionality is very robust, very self-explanatory, and the report actually is going to give you a quick start tutorial tour when you first time open it up. So pretty sure people are not going to be having any difficulty operating with that. So what are the commonly made mistakes when working with this kind of software? I did a pretty large scale research last year, talking to a lot of people from my client base, talking to many different people using different plagiarism detection software around the world. And what I found fascinating that most people out there are really relying on the text matching score that may be very misleading. First, you might catch matches with previous submissions. So when you see that little score of 1%, it doesn't necessarily mean that this match is going to be either with the internet or your library. It could be something that people uploaded previously and just generally did as a self-plagiarism. Text manipulations to reduce similarity percentage. So students right now in 2020, they all know about the existence of different plagiarism detection software. So first thing they're trying to do when it comes to that little flag that indicates that your work is going to be going through the plagiarism check is to try to go online and find a way to actually lower the score. And I can tell you that there are plenty of techniques you can use. Like, for example, you might want to use a different language in one of your characters, replacing all those A's, O's, C's, or any similar looking character with something from a different language. That will break down the sentence or even a certain passage in parts, making it impossible to spot plagiarism. Another cool trick that you can do in order to basically get a 0% score is try to add another layer to your work and try to upload it like that, where the first layer that you added artificially is going to be having just those random characters that basically mean nothing, and only that layer is usually going to be scanned by the LMS system and the plagiarism checker, making it almost impossible to find a match. So with the recent addition of the modifying functionality algorithm built in, we are right now catching all of those things automatically if they're related to some sort of a weird formatting found in the document. And all of those things are going to be highlighted red and put in that attention tab that hopefully you guys are never going to be looking at ever, because in my personal opinion, I can explain plagiarism no problem. But after finding some kind of a text manipulation in my work, I bet that the conversation with the educator is going to be a little bit different. By the way, if you want to know more about those different text manipulations and things you can do with your work in order to lower the plagiarism score, please do not hesitate to ask those questions in our booth. Pretty sure that our guys will be more than happy to share some of the sort of a hands-on cases of this kind of technique use that might want to interest you, because as long as you know about these things, that people are not going to be willing to go this way that easy. So the very last thing that we have already pretty much introduced is going to be your AI-driven authorship verification assistant. That's going to be feeding on those previous students' submissions and concluding this unique student's writing style. And if we find anything suspicious about this current submission, if we find that that it's very different from something that students was previously uploading, We're going to notify you about that as well, pointing out those things and making the authorship for this document uncertain. So pretty good. It's going to be saving us a lot of time. And by the way, we have started working on this because of those shady websites that's, you know, basically an essay writing, essay mails websites where you can, you know, just log in and get your work downloaded if it's available, if we're talking about typical assignments, or basically ask these guys to write a new one for you. So Emma is going to be also trying to find sort of traces to those kind of shady websites. I'm going to be pointing all that information, making it visible for the educator. Pretty good. So if you want to know more about our software and how it operates live, please do not hesitate to come stop by our booth. Our guys will be more than happy to do a little demo. And now it's time for your questions. Please unleash that curiosity.
Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Moodle Global 2020. And this afternoon, I have with me Michelle Moore from My Learning Consultants, who's going to tell us about unhosting and unlearning what we know about hosting. So over to you, Michelle.
All right. Thank you very much, Mary. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to talking to you. I have to admit, it's a little weird for me to be in this space talking about hosting, because my background is in instructional design, and I usually talk about pedagogy. But unhosting is really kind of different and has offered me some tools that I haven't had before. And I feel like I really want to share these things with you. So I know I've been around in the Moodle community for quite a while, and so we may have met. But for those of you unfamiliar, as Mary said, I am with My Learning Consultants, a co-founder, and I've been using Moodle since about 2003 and working with a wide variety of organizations, again, usually on the instructional side. But yeah, so I'm eager to tell you about unhosting. Let's start with a little vocabulary. First, for those of you who may be from the same side of the fence that I'm on, hosting really refers to the general service that people use to maybe manage their website, manage their Moodle site. It takes care of the server, the storage, the resources, all of that sort of thing. So we're talking about, the services you might use to manage your Moodle site. When you talk about hosting, it usually comes in a couple of different varieties. There are things in between, but roughly, you might look at self-hosting, which is where an organization would tend to set up their own Moodle server, whether it's in their own data center or through a cloud provider. They take care of setting up the site, they take care of plugins, they take care of upgrades, they're responsible for everything. On the other end of the spectrum, you have services that software as a service kind of hosting. So basically you sign up, pay the bill, and the company doing the hosting takes care of everything for you. Both sides have advantages. On the self-hosting side, you get a little more control and flexibility, and you can do things just the way you want, but it does mean it's you. all alone, kind of out there managing that on your own. On the SaaS hosting, sometimes, you operate on their schedule and within their framework, but you do have the advantage of having some outside expertise to support you in your Moodle implementation. Unhosting falls somewhere in the middle. So the goal with unhosting is to provide all of the best of self-hosting and the best of SaaS hosting. Now, where did this come from, right? When we started My Learning Consultants, we really didn't plan on doing hosting, but we found that there was a need for it. As I said, we've been using Moodle since about 2003, Jonathan and I, the other co-founder. We started Moodling full-time for another Moodle partner company in 2005, where I did, again, the training, the instructional side of things, and Jonathan took care of servers, set up lots of servers in a SaaS sort of setup, serving lots of different customers. In 2014, we stepped away and decided to do our own thing. We started My Learning Consultants, and our focus at that time was really consulting. We wanted to help people with their Moodle implementations. We saw there were lots of other hosting providers out there. We thought, let's do something a little bit different. And then that brings us today, where we're talking about unhosting. So as we were working with our clients as My Learning Consultants, we really had a particular philosophy about how we would do things. And for some of those clients, that philosophy applied to helping them find Moodle hosting services. So when we considered their needs or what they were looking for in hosting services, we considered, what do they need? Do they need customizations? Do they need high level of support? Do they need plugins? So on and so forth. We also considered best practices. What are the best practices around the hosting implementation, hosting support, upgrades, all of that. And then finally, we also considered the client's budget, because all of those things have to work together to give the clients the ideal solution. So as we went looking for Moodle hosting solutions for ourselves, for our own Moodle sites, and also for those of our customers, we had a list, things we were looking for. And, admittedly, we might be a little particular because, we've been using Moodle for quite a while, but we found that these things resonated with our clients as well, and that this was the best way to meet the needs of other Moodlers that we were supporting. So first of all, it was important to us to find a Moodle-specific hosting provider. So we wanted to make sure that whoever we were partnering with, whoever we were putting our clients with, had someone they could turn to that knew about Moodle and was comfortable and confident scaling Moodle to larger implementations, things like that. Yeah, Moodle is a web app, but there are tricks that you can use that are important to make sure the site runs well. And we wanted to make sure that someone had those skills. We also felt that it would be helpful and very important to have workflows and automations related to Moodle. So, if I reach out to, the guy down the street to set up a Moodle site for me, he might install a plugin, here, I'll just download that and install it, or do the upgrade similar sort of way. It was important to us that the people we were working with had some level of automation, because we know that automation helps reduce the likelihood of mistakes. You involve humans in the process, and there's an opportunity for human error. So automation was important. We also wanted complete flexibility. Most of our clients that we were working with needed some sort of plugin, some sort of customization, and they wanted control over upgrades, when those happened and how those happened. And that was something that was a little tricky to find in different service providers. It was also important that there was no vendor lock-in. As great as some of the features put out there by the Moodle community are, we wanted to make sure that if someone was hosting with a provider, they could use Moodle in such a way that if they needed to move, they could, that they had ownership of their customizations, any features they were using, and their data. And then last but not least, and this one's probably a little particular to us and our technical background and expertise, is that we wanted access to the infrastructure to do command line kinds of things, use debuggers and have access to reporting. This was just another tool that we needed to support our clients better and to make sure that they were taken care of. Unfortunately, as we went on this search, no dice. We didn't find anyone that was able to meet all of these needs exactly. So, you know, if you can't find it, you build it, right? So that's where we came up with unHosting. So we built a platform, a solution that meets all of those needs. The way this works, just roughly, is that right now it deploys to Amazon Web Services. And so your Moodle site lives on Amazon Web Services. We are also in the process of developing to deploy to Microsoft Azure. Your Moodle site is created from the official Moodle repository. So you have the same standard Moodle site out of the box that you would get if you were self-hosting. Means you can take your Moodle site and walk away and go to any other provider or do it on your own, and know that you know you're not going to have to peel yourself out of a variety of proprietary customizations. We wanted to make sure that we and our clients could install plugins from the community database. And some people are a little surprised at this, but if it's in the Moodle community database, you can install it on your Moodle site with us. There are no extra fees, nothing. You just click a button and then you add it. And as an instructional designer, I have to say this has been a game changer for the implementation and prototyping processes with clients. So as we're brainstorming about how things work, and we say, well, Moodle doesn't do that, but there's this really cool plugin, we can, like in the midst of a meeting in 5 minutes, install a plugin in a secure, automated way and carry on and try things out. This has been really cool. unHosting also offers automatic updates, geographically dispersed backups, and historical server monitoring. So let's talk about these needs, right? That we said we wanted it to have in terms of our implementation or what we were looking for with our clients, and how unHosting meets that. So first, it was important to us that our platform was Moodle specific. So everything we've done in terms of the development of this platform and the tools and the automation have been engineered for Moodle from the ground up. So, you know, we've got Jonathan on our team who has, 17 years of Moodle experience. Jamie Kramer, one of our lead technical consultants, is, he's been working with Moodle nearly as long and doing a variety of hosting implementations. We've just got a collection of really smart minds that have worked to build this platform for Moodle from the ground up. And then the configuration is based on our experience with thousands of sites, right? So we know what works, what the common setup is, and we've designed the platform to support that. We also wanted it to be automated. So again, it pulled people out of the equation, mean that things are consistent, things will work the way you need them to. So we have automated backups and upgrades. So this is another crazy thing. Like if anyone suggested to me or suggested to the technical folks, to Jonathan and Jamie, that I would have access to a server, that wouldn't happen. There's a reason, no way I should be touching a server. But because of the unHosting interface, I can actually perform a Moodle upgrade. I can create copies of sites. I can install plugins. I can set up brand new Moodle instances because there are just buttons to do all of that. And again, from an instructional design perspective, this has been huge because when we worked for the other Moodle provider, and I've worked with other clients who are working with different Moodle providers, usually if we need one of those things done, we submit a ticket and say, hey, we need a copy of the site so we can do some development or testing. Or we need this plugin. You submit the case and then you wait. And it's just been really cool to be able to have that functionality built in and to be empowered. Flexible. We feel it's important to be able to have your site your way because Moodle is open source, right? One of the big advantages of open source is that you have control over the platform. You can make it what you want. The community has provided the tools, the features to make that happen. And it makes me sad to think that, people take Moodle, want Moodle because it's open source, but then they lose a lot of those advantages because of the platform that they're hosting with. So any plugin, anytime, we support customizations. You know, we can connect your unHosting site to your Git repository and help you support the customizations in a way that aligns with best practices. And we give you control over upgrades. So if next week doesn't work for you, you know, you decide when it works next. And then we support you in all of these processes, right? So it's not that you're doing all of these things on your own if you don't want to, but you have the option to if you'd like. And then no vendor lock-in. So there are no proprietary Moodle features on our Moodle sites that we deploy. The unHosting control panel is unique. That is uniquely ours. But, you know, if you wanted to set up an unHosting site and have that on your Amazon Web Services account and take that data with you tomorrow, no problem. You just turn off the unHosting and away you go. So your code, your data. And then access. Again, this is your infrastructure. You have access. If you're hosting your Moodle site, then and it's your Amazon Web Services account, you have all the access that you could possibly want. If you prefer not to have all that access, that's a little scary to you, we do that too. So we do run that full, you know, spectrum from the self-hosting to the software as a service. So next steps. It's been really impressive as an outsider looking at the development of the unHosting platform to watch it really evolve and progress and see the features that we continually add. So, you know, we launched the unHosting platform shortly before we became a Moodle partner a couple of years ago. And at that point, it was amazing, you know, all of the features and functionality that I had access to, but it keeps getting better. So now I can easily copy sites. We have a number of security features that we've implemented and, you know, just different permissions and different capabilities. It's a very powerful tool. With that, there's, you know, always a wish list of things that we're looking for. So unHosting is still evolving, but it really has, as an instructional designer, really met my needs, and I'm going to say empowered. It really has empowered me to do my work a little bit differently. And it really has met the needs of a lot of our clients in giving them a solution that doesn't force them to choose between going it on their own and having the support of people who have been doing this Moodle thing for a while. So it'll be interesting to see where it continues to go over the next, over the next year or so. So if you're interested in seeing a hands-on or a live demonstration, we're actually doing a session in our booth space, My Learning Consultants booth space, just after this presentation at 9 o'clock Central Time. If you attend to that presentation, then we'll give you a registration account so that you can have 3 months free unHosting service. If you're not able to make that, or if you have other questions, then please reach out. You can email me at michelle@mylearningconsultants.com or Jonathan. Reach out to either one of us. We're happy to answer your questions. And then we'll also be available in the booth space. So, and also happy to answer questions now.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Oh, there's a cat in the background. He was meowing to come in. He wants to watch the Global Moodle Moot. So thank you very much. I'll just wait and see if Anna has any questions. I've got a question myself, actually, but I'll let people ask their own questions first, if there are any. Otherwise, as you said, they can come and see you in your booth. Okay, so no questions in the forums at the moment, but obviously you'll be monitoring them. Yes. Well, I'm kind of like you. I'm into the teaching side and the education side, but I was really excited when you said, "Oh, any plugins, anytime." I thought, yeah, but then I thought, because probably like you, I know a tiny bit. I know enough about the admin and the server side to be dangerous, as they say. And I thought, doesn't that mean that some people could simply break their sites by adding any plugin and then it's not compatible and so on? How do you deal with that?
That is a great question. So what we recommend to people during the onboarding process is we have some conversation about how this works, right? So we guide them and we say, all right, if I'm looking at the plugins database, here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for how long has this plugin been around? What do the comments say? Do I know who the developer is? In a lot of cases, it's a name that's familiar to me, or I can associate that name with a Moodle partner or Moodle HQ and know that it has some level of reliability. And then we also advocate for best practices. And this is true with the upgrade process as well as the plugin installation. If it's a plugin that you're not familiar with, then we recommend that you have a development site. And with your unHosting setup, every site comes with a development site, no problem. So then try it there, see how it works, make sure it doesn't blow things up, and then, put it on your production site. And then I'll tell you in practice, a lot of our clients say, hey, I found this plugin, it sounds kind of cool. What do you think? So a lot of people do still rely on us to give them advice, which again, I think is the big win over self-hosting in that, you're not totally like scrounging the forums for hours trying to figure out, is this one safe? Have people used it? So yeah. And I have to say, we've been doing the unHosting thing for a couple of years now, and I cannot think, I'm not aware of any client that has blown up their site through installing a plugin. Yeah. The other thing I'll mention here too is one of the things that we do put in place in the unHosting platform to help protect people from that is by default, we are automatically checking for compatibility of plugins with the current version. So if someone's on 3.9, it will check and say, like, here are the 3.9 plugins available for you. And you have to click the secret code, put in the secret code to figure out how to get the plugins that are, maybe not supported on your version, or, check the box. So you have the option, but we try to make things default to the safest way possible.
Cool, that's really good. That's a really useful answer. Thank you very much. Anything else from Anna? Otherwise, okay. Otherwise, let's hope people go and visit you in your booth and sign up for your unHosting with lots of plugins, which they will be safe because you'll be able to advise them. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this Moodle Boot Global 2020 session with Eddie Fonse from the Open University of Tanzania, who is going to talk about enhancing online-based learner interaction during COVID-19. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mary, and I thank the organizer for involving me in this great global conference on Moodle. So the topic has been indicated that I will be talking about, and so we are ready to go. Basically, I will introduce in terms of the institution that I'm coming from, the pandemic itself that they brought all this, and the limitation that when we entered into pandemic, the limitation that we went on and that caused us to think about enhancing, online based learner interaction, increasing of online-based learning interaction, and then we consider some improvement around Moodle, and we conclude. So now, in terms of introduction, basically, when we talk about the Open University of Tanzania, in terms of introduction, basically in the light of COVID-19 pandemic, where most of the countries, we faced this situation, and we are still facing it. The universities or learning institutions were closed across the world. So that also happened in Tanzania as well, in which the higher learning institutions also in which Open University of Tanzania is in were closed for about 3 months or more. But fortunately, last month in June, the universities have been opened, and but still under the strict measure of ensuring that we keep distance, but also we take care of hygiene. And basically, Open University of Tanzania, being ODL or Open and Distance Learning based institution that offers its course in blended learning with a good party online, then it was able to continue even with that pandemic. But now, as we know, blended learning, the other part of it is the face-to-face. So some face-to-face activities were also affected. And therefore, we thought about optimizing online-based learner interaction during that pandemic so that we can be able to proceed during that time, but also even after pandemic, given the nature of open universities. So Open University of Tanzania, basically we are talking about it is order, meaning open distance e-learning based university, and we look for the of affordable quality education for all. And that is in line with the Sustainable Development Millennium Goal number 4 is about quality education. But also our vision 2023 is to be a leading open online university in which basically this even we are doing this because of pandemic, but in fact it is the issue of advancing online-based learner interaction. It is in line with also our vision 2023. So as you can see here, we have in the country in Tanzania, we have we are in all regions, and these are our branches, and we provide education from certificate to a PhD, and also we graduate around 5,000 each year. So we have number of students with us. Now, in terms of the background, in terms of e-learning practice at the Open University of Tanzania, which is basically blended learning, which combines online and the face-to-face. So we can see that basically we are talking about this part is online, in which we base it on a learning management system that is powered by Moodle of the conference that we are in now. But also we have maybe ICT studio to record lectures, infrastructure to enable, the online part. But as the blended learning it is, we have face-to-face. Before COVID, we were having face-to-face, as it is indicated down here, where, for example, the exams, we are used to do it physically. People, they will come at our regional centers, wherever they are in the country. But also orientation, we are done in some lab classes, we are done face-to-face. So we add some face-to-face activities as well. So now, with this pandemic, then we had some limitation, therefore, and it really came because of the face-to-face activity in terms of the lectures, like evening classes, orientations, etc. But also formative. The assessment were done face-to-face. So also it was a limitation. So in that case, we thought about enhancing online-based learner interaction, in which Moodle as a center of that enhancement, we thought about increasing more, enhancing more the part of the collaboration and assessment, so that we can continue, providing education during the pandemic. And also together with the Moodle, we complemented Moodle with the real-time interaction collaboration platforms such as Zoom, so that those people who are used to have lectures, they can continue in the country and outside the country. But also, given the environment in this area, in the developing country like Tanzania, where not all people, they might be having computers, etc. So we thought about also the issue of using WhatsApp, because many people, they will have the mobile, the smartphone, so they can be accessible, for quick things. So we thought about those three things, and that was our approach then. Then our approach was to go into this was that let us consider about three complementary tools or platforms. And those three complementary tools we are talking about, Moodle, which is the center of everything, but then try to imagine how we can improve the collaboration assessment, etc. But then we thought about this Zoom and WhatsApp as indicated. So Moodle, as the center here of those improvements, we thought that if we look at this figure, when you talk about the online-based learner interaction, we might be talking about the interaction between learner and human, interaction. But also we might be talking about the learner and non-human interaction when you are talking about the learner to the content. But in the learner to the human interaction, we are talking about, for example, learner to instructor or learner to learner, etc. Now, we thought about in Moodle, we can be able to improve those interaction, for example, real-time quiz, or ensuring the discussion forum is, is enhanced in your courses. But also Zoom, bringing that live thing like live lecture, but also this WhatsApp in terms of something that needs a quick attention, like for example, the Zoom meeting invitation that want students to access very, very quickly. So those were three things that we thought that if we around the Moodle, we enhance those three things, three tools, then we can be able to increase the online-based learner. So now, the first thing that in terms of Moodle, improving the Moodle part, we thought about increasing integration of live and the self-paced video lectures in Moodle. So in that case, we thought about, fortunately, we have ICT studio there, where lecturers, they can be able to record the lectures. But then after doing that, we are integrating them in Moodle. This is one of the courses, actually development studies course, which is famous at universities. So this is a lecturer that have recorded the lecture in our ICT studio, and we integrate it in Moodle. So by so doing, we increase interaction with our students. Now this one, of course, students, they can be able to access it asynchronously at any time. But also things that, for example, they are done with the Zoom, it can be recorded and it can be live, but also it can be there at any time, or so that students, they can be able to access it. So the other thing in terms of online-based learner interaction is integrating visual impaired and deaf learning assistants. We know that in our population, we have these people. So we are talking about education for all. So we have to think about everyone. So for that matter, we incorporated what we call a language interpreter video. Like here, for example, this is a professor providing welcome to the course, and then there is an interpreter here. There is a video which is interpreting, which means those people who are deaf, they can be able to interact with this course in the pandemic and beyond. So the same to give also visual impaired. Now, visual impaired, we thought about these people also sometimes they don't have much resources. So we thought about this NVDA. NVDA is the non-visual desktop access, which is the open source, like the Moodle as it is. So anyone can be able to access it. So you can see, but also we have a class in which those people, they can come and learn, but they can be able to download this and use them in the budgets that they are having at home, at office, or anywhere. And by so doing, they can be able to access our content even when they can't be able to see. So that way we increase the more access. So the other aspect in terms of increasing online based learner interaction was the issue of enforcing integration of deadline-based assignment and discussion. Of course, we used it for all courses of university. We used to have this before, but now during this time where students, they cannot come here, etc. So this was enforced. So for that matter, we are talking about, for example, this is a discussion-based forum in which students, they can be able to do, and there is the deadline and everything. So this is an assignment which students, they can be able to do. Now these things in Moodle, you just go into the activity and the resources, you just add, for example, the discussion forum or the assignment. Now, but the other thing is that the good thing of this is that all of this, when they are about to be due, the students, they can be able to receive a notification. And now, because we have Moodle mobile as well, and customized to our institution, all these notifications, they are pushed in the mobile, so that they can be able to see them when they are traveling back to from their offices or wherever, and then it becomes much easier to be able to do this. So the other thing is, in terms of increasing online-based learner interaction, there is this issue of discussion forum, in which, for example, this is a discussion forum, and then we can be able, this is a course that, for example, I'm handling. These are students, several students, they are responding to this, but as they do that, there is the instructor-learner interaction, but at the same time, there is learner-to-learner instruction, because they will learn from others what they are posting, etc. For example, this is the post for this one. So someone else will post around this question. So that way, there is instructor, learner, and learner-to-learner interaction, which continues to improve in that area. Now, the other thing was integrating deadline online-based. Not only assignment, but sometimes there is 10 papers and all that they carry more marks. So in that case, you can see, for example, here, in the activity, you can add the assignment, and also, once that is done, the students are done, the instructor, you can be able to see who have submitted, and very quickly you can go and view the submission, start marking, and finally put the grades, everything online. So which means everyone can be anywhere, and you can be you, and you continue marking wherever you are. Fortunately, sometimes we had the Minister of Education may at a certain time visited us, and we were trying to show this kind of interaction, which were very much appreciated, to see how learning is also ended in a digital form. But another thing was, now I said that we used to have exams in the offline environment, in the face-to-face. So now we cannot do that. So what should we do? Should we postpone the exam till then? No, but we did it. So we decided to put timed quiz. Now, timed quiz were put there instead of face-to-face based midterm test. So instead of people coming from wherever their regions and gathered in learning in our regional centers to exam physical face-to-face, we applied this time test quiz-based quiz, which in this case, you put maybe 1 hour, and then a student will be able to do. So there is multiple questions. You can put several questions true and false, but also the essay, and also we add the timetable for that. At each individual or each class is having the timetable. So you go there. Once you go there, if it's 1 hour, it starts. Once it starts after 1 hour, it is gone, and it becomes available when actually it is the time to start. So it is only available only the time when it is supposed to be there. So students, for that matter, can be able to concentrate on doing that assignment within 1 hour. Whatever will be done, it will be submitted. So that has been very good, and that way we continue doing, exams even when universities were not yet opened. So and that is, you just go to Moodle, you go to quiz, and then you put all these timings. But another thing in terms of interaction that we have, it has been there, but we have increased a little bit more during this time, is the issue of using inbuilt messaging within Moodle, in which students, they can be able to have an issue, for example, related to their course, and then it is expected that you or a student will be online all the time. But sometimes what happens, this inbuilt messaging within Moodle, students sometimes, for example, here it is indicating that this is not the, I tried to respond here, but student is offline at that time. Or students, they can write here, and probably you are offline in terms of Moodle, but you are online in terms of probably WhatsApp. And that's why we tried to think about using things like WhatsApp so that they can complement each other during this period. Now, the other aspect was the issue of learner support in terms of, it could be technical or pedagogical, because online-based learner interaction, it is also when someone gets stuck or so. So that also, we have two plugins, Moodle plugins. One is this live chat, which it is there. Of course, the live chat, you need the agent behind. So, for example, if it is time of many people when they are sleeping, of course, the agent will not be there. But most of the time will be there, and they can be able to handle the support of our learner instantly. But in order to avoid, to make sure that some people who are studying at distance, sometimes they work during the night when everyone is gone. So for that matter, we have installed this chatbot plugin, which now this one works alone. I mean, anytime you come there, like here, then you ask a question, and the chatbot will be able to respond without anyone being, behind it. So that also increased the sort of interaction with our learners, and they continue to make life easier. I'm trying to go to the next slide. Now, one thing which is instant within our region, a developing country like Tanzania, is the issue of access. Even our students who are studying at university, some are maybe primary teachers, etc. They live in villages, but they study at our place from wherever they are. So in that case, the access, sometimes they don't have computer, maybe they have this smartphone, or sometimes they're in the place where there is no connectivity all the time. So in that case, for that case, Moodle Mobile has been very useful to us. And for that matter, we created our brand, our university brand, which is actually in the Google Store or Apple Store that you can be downloaded. So you can be able to see here that the student can download the course material. Student can be able to see video, for example. So a student can be able to do several things within the mobile infrastructure. Now, apart from Moodle, enhancing Moodle, we also worked with Zoom, and so that it can, using Zoom, it can enhance the part of collaboration, etc. So in that case, we use the Zoom is very famous around this area. So we use Zoom for live stuff so that the lectures can continue, and we can see that.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Ejifonse, but we need to draw this to a close now because
yes. I'm finalizing. So in this case, the Moodle, you can see features like, for example, breakout, see the whiteboard and all that. All those they increase the interaction. And also, what we have done is for the final examination, we created the oral examination that can be done online, supported by Zoom orally, but also the questions are put in Moodle, and then the exams can be done. And also Zoom can be integrated in Moodle, so you can be able to schedule the lecture within Moodle,
That's it, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So basically, that is how we have been implementing the three tools or platforms that can enhance online-based learner interaction.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure you'll be able to go into the forums to answer any questions that come up. So thank you very much, and I'm going to leave and pass on to our next speaker, who I think is David.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, my name is Pallavi Bajaj. I'm one of the owners of Ballistic Learning Private Limited in India, a Moodle partner. And Lokesh Nair and Pankaj Somani are the leads on my client engagement team.
We're open source specialists. That's where we've built our business. We've been in business for about 25 years. We've got offices in New Zealand, where the headquarters are, Australia and the UK. So we've been a Moodle partner since around 2003. We came in the early days of Moodle, and it's been great. We helped a tertiary organisation in New Zealand, a higher education organisation in New Zealand, to review the open source learning management systems that were on the market, and that brought us into the Moodle world. And ever since then, we've been actively involved in the Moodle network.
Yeah, sure. My name's Dean Saunders, and I'm the CEO and founder of eCreators. So we're an Australian-based Moodle partner, one of three, I believe, in the region now, and have been for about 7 years. So we started off firstly as a content company. So we were building a lot of e-learning courses right across Australia and the world, and then we had a demand for an LMS. We've always had a bit of a soft spot for not-for-profits as well, so we slot very well into the NGO space. We sought out Moodle simply because it was a cost-effective way to deliver a whole end-to-end solution for our customers, who are, again, mainly in not-for-profit or small business and medium enterprises. So it made sense. We were able to not only provide our customers with a low-cost alternative, but also it enabled us to step into another worthy cause, or a cause that we thought very worthy in the Moodle community as well too. So being able to give back to that community and not to the corporate giant was really, really important to us. Moodle's obviously had a big following since, the early releases, since about, sort of 2000, 2001, thereabouts, and that's propagated more and more. One of the things that we wanted to do was bring a product that was traditionally designed for the education world into the corporate world. So to give small businesses a voice or an option to become a learning organization. For the most part, there weren't too many options around in the early 2000s or even the late 2000s. All you could really do was hope you could afford one day an enterprise type system. So we found that using the Moodle environment gave our customers the option to become that learning organization. So a real sort of win-win effect for Moodle, for us as a partner, and certainly for our end users being our customers. We started very small. Funny enough, our first customer was a global defense organization. So how it came to be is a bit of a mystery, but this global organization came to us and asked us if we can deploy an instance with some customizations. That organization had about 10,000 users. And as of today, we service over 3 million users globally. So 3 million learners get the benefit of not only our content, but also obviously the ability to use the Moodle platform as their core LMS. So we're really proud that that's such a widespread from a little company down in the south of Australia.
Moodle is the world's open source learning platform. Used by schools, universities, and organizations across the globe, Moodle makes online learning easy. People who are using Moodle have many creative ideas for making the look, functionality, and usability of Moodle even better. The Moodle Users Association is the most effective way that people from all over the world
Hello all, welcome to this afternoon's session of the Moodle Moot Global Online. In the education room, we are here with David Pignol-Grass, who has an interesting topic asking whether students are reading their teachers' comments. There will be a short Q&A following the talk. Feel free to post any questions in the forum ready for David. In the meantime, welcome David, over to you.
Everybody, my name is David Pignol.
And I am Carme Duran. Both of us are from Institut Obert de Catalunya, and we are going to show the results of an ongoing research which explores the impact of digital feedback in a context of distance learning for adult education.
In this presentation, first of all, we will see the background. Secondly, the purpose and some research questions. Later, the research design and methodology. Afterwards, some results, and finally, some of the conclusions we have gotten so far.
IOC is an online state school with more than 23,000 enrolled students per year that integrates all kinds of online non-compulsory education, graduate secondary education, vocational training, upper secondary education, modern languages, and so on. We focus in graduate secondary education. The objective of this educational stage is twofold. Firstly, to teach students basic life skills, very important in order to take part actively in society. And secondly, to obtain the certificate and to manage their lifelong learning. The students are adults who did not obtain the certificate in compulsory secondary education on time in Spain, that is at 16 years of age. These former school dropouts are aware of their educational failure, and teachers must ensure these students rebuild trust in their academic capabilities of achievement. They need to rebuild their self-confidence and self-esteem. Moodle is the educational platform used in the interaction with the students. The course is modular and flexible in order to adapt to the needs of the students and their starting situation. Every module needs about 35 hours of dedication and lasts for one term, and students must do 4 main assignments in that period. Individual feedback will be given to each of these tasks. This online educational context is characterized by its flexibility and interactivity. But students must play an active role. He must interact with the teachers, classmates, and engage with the activities and resources he has at his disposal. This implies a higher degree of autonomy because they are responsible for their own learning. On the other hand, it involves more careful and personalized guidance from the teacher. One of the key elements of this learning process is the way feedback is performed. The teacher can guide and help regulate the learning process, taking into account the formative assessment that helps students develop awareness of their learning. Many studies have shown that feedback can be one of the most powerful influences on student learning, as well as reinforcing a positive attitude toward learning. Recent research focuses on the way students take advantage of feedback in order to improve their task performance. Feedback is effective only if the learner becomes a proactive recipient. That is, if the student tries to improve from it. But how can one facilitate students' involvement through feedback? There is evidence that feedback is not productive even though it is well received by the students. Some students do not read task feedback or do not use in terms improving in spite of teachers' work. Other research studies show feedback as more efficient in intermediate products than in final tasks. Our research focuses on the impact of digital feedback on the students' learning processes. Some questions need to be considered to understand the connections between assignment feedback and the effect this exerts on students' learning gains. In this presentation, we are focusing on 2 questions. Are students reading the teacher's feedback? Does it really have a significant impact on the students' learning process? I mean, what type of feedback do students tend to focus on?
The study was implemented during the fall term 2018 for 1,046 students from 9 courses, and that is related to the feedback given by the teacher in an assignment from the second unit. The sample subjects were selected as follows. Students from all areas and levels are represented, compulsory and elective modules. To answer the question if the students had read the teacher's feedback, we designed a survey that was linked to the teacher's commentary so that it could only be accessed through the feedback. We are assuming that it is difficult to know how many students actually read the teacher's feedback, and it's even more complicated to know if the reading has been attentive or superficial. However, we may assume that those students who have clicked on the survey link have read it. The survey included 8 multiple-choice questions and 1 open-ended one. The former were intended to find out the students' opinions regarding the usefulness of the feedback according to its content, extension, or clarity of information. The relationships between students who answered the survey and the obtained mark and the impact of the feedback on the students post-draft production. The last question asked students about the device from which they checked the teacher's commentary. The aim of this open-ended question was to recover the students' memories about the content of the feedback with a view to discovering which aspects they consider more relevant. This data has been compared with Moodle logs and students' qualifications. In total, there were more than 50 variables: when, what clicked next, from where, viewed, and so on. Of the active 1,046 participants that received teacher feedback, 84% consulted the gradebook during the following month where they were able to see their mark. 70% checked the feedback for the task. 51% did something with teacher's feedback, either clicking on the link to the questionnaire or repeating the task. 43% clicked on the link to the questionnaire, and only 17% of the students actually filled it in. In other words, we cannot know for certain the number of students who read the feedback given, but we consider it is more than 51% and less than 70%. This implies that at least 30% of students, that is to say, almost 1 in 3 active students, did not check the teacher's comments and therefore will not be able to use this feedback to improve their performance on the task, or said feedback will have little or no impact on their learning. Our initial hypothesis was that this might be related to the mark that the students got in the task. Very high marks or very low ones would probably render the comments for improvement as only minimal useful. However, the figures do not show any relationship between the two variables, mark received and viewed the feedback. We can observe that between 30% and 40% fail to check the feedback for the task, no matter what their mark was, final grade for the task, except in the case of the students who obtain a 10, of whom only 13% do not check their feedback. In other words, those who are awarded the maximum mark read their feedback more often than students who obtain lower marks. This does not seem to be connected to students dropping out. Among dropout students, the percentage who do not read feedback, for 40%, is slightly higher than among those who continue as active students, 29%. The dropout rate for those who check the task and for those who don't are similar, 9%, 13%. On the other hand, logs show some relevant information. Most students who check their feedback do so within a few hours after the task has been corrected by the teacher. That is because once a submission has been marked and moderated by teacher, students receive an email notification that feedback is available. 41% of students see the task the same day they are assessed, less than 12 hours, and 13% the next day. In all the modules analyzed, the percentages are similar, between 64 and 75, except in the case of SO2, one of the social science modules. In SO2, we analyzed 49 students, and it was the only module in which the main activity was a quiz with open-ended questions, whereas in all the other courses students handed in assignments.
Well, when analyzing the answers that the students gave to the open questions of how the teacher had assessed the tasks they had submitted, their answers could be classified into 4 different categories of analysis: emotional and personal aspects, acquisition of transversal learning strategies, assessment of the teaching work, and things that they had learned which were related to the task. First of all, we can see a great impact on the emotional aspects and improvement in their self-esteem. For example, when a student explains that he or she likes to see how her teacher values other tasks that she has done and how she encourages her to continue her studies of Catalan literature, like in this case. Students also value the cross-curricular learning strategies that are useful in their learning process. For instance, that students underline the importance of revising the procedure before submitting the activity in maths. There are as well a lot of comments related to the teacher's assessment. For example, in this case, a student assessed the teacher's work when he said, "I think he's a good teacher, and whenever I had an issue or made a contribution, he responded and solved it immediately." But on the other hand, there are fewer comments in relation to specific contents than those related to the aforementioned categories, even though in some cases, as in this quotation, they were more detailed. But in general, they are less frequent. The research has allowed us to draw some conclusions on 3 different aspects. As for the first aspect, the reading of feedback, the results show that a high percentage of students, 1 in every 3, do not read the teacher's comments. This is especially worrying in a learning context whose virtual learning support is based on the improvement of the students' self-regulation tools and gives a key role to the teacher's feedback as a tool for formative assessment. The profile of the students who do not read the feedback is not related to the quality of the task, not to the educational level of the student, as there is a similar percentage of students who do not read the feedback independently of their marks. On the other hand, most students who check their feedbacks do so immediately after the teacher's submission, which shows the motivating effect of the warning sent to the student's email. Relating to the impact of the teacher's feedback on the student's task, the results also show that students greatly appreciate positive feedback and highlight its motivating function. In this sense, the results of previous research shows that the teacher's positive comments reinforce the student's positive attitude towards the studies. This is especially important in second opportunity contexts, like that of the IOC. Students also appreciate the comments related to cross-curricular learning strategies and to procedural support which might serve them to carry out both one specific task and the tasks of other courses or subjects. Such support is very important in distance education, where the students must have a certain degree of autonomy and for this reason must adopt some self-regulation strategies. However, the results also show that the teacher's comments do not have much influence on the specific learning strategies needed for any given task. In relation to the third aspect, teaching in a virtual learning environment, the results show the need to rethink the students' action as soon as they receive the teacher's feedback. If the feedback is part of the students' learning process, we must design activities in which the students necessarily have to resort to their feedback. This leads us to think about the need to design activities that require the students' more active use of feedback. And that's all. Share with you these references, and if you have any question, we were pleased to answer it, no or through email. Thank you very much.
Well, that was some really interesting research, David. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing that with the community. Just looking through it, I can really imagine some people interested in your data who are really into all the analytics tools in Moodle. We do have a question which I think is related to your data. So have you done a publication or journal article relating to your research?
Yes, it's published at EDEN, EDEN. I will send the link to the article.
I think that would be really interesting. Yes, I have a question that occurred to me. As a teacher, what can I take away from your research? Are there any specifics relating to student feedback that I can use to improve the learning for my own students?
Could you repeat, please?
Sorry, of course. So
the first part. Yes.
As a teacher, what can I take away from your research to allow me to improve my own teaching?
According to our research and about all of the literature, we have to change the way we give feedback. For example, feedback it will be a need for the students for the next step in the process of learning, for example.
That's great, and I'm sure that your presentation will be a great reference point that we could all use for that. I don't believe there are any further questions, so unless there is anything else you'd like to add, David, we can wrap this up.
Yes. I think for students, they have a lot of information when they review the assignment. They have the description, they have the grades, they have the rubrics, they have stats, the first attempt, their attempt, a lot of information. I think assignment have to structurize or minimize the information inside the assignment in order to put more relevance the feedback of the teacher. And in the Moodle Moot of last year in UK, suggest only students that click over the feedback teachers can see the grade. It could be a solution, but I think it's not enough. But it could be a good. We have to rethink what happens after the feedback's teacher.
So these are things that we could do better with Moodle then to facilitate.
Yes.
It's interesting.
Yes. We think we have to think that as a teacher, what kind of feedback, what kind of activity, and which use we have to do with this feedback, but also for the experience, the Moodle, the design of the assignment. I think we have to rethink.
That's a great takeaway then for both educators and the Moodle team to take away from your presentation. Thank you again, David.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back for another session of the Moodle Moot Global Online. Right now in the education room we have Robert Bellamy from eLearning Experts, who is going to talk to us about compliance training using Moodle Workplace. There will be a short Q&A following, so please feel free to post your questions in the forum ready for Robert. That said, Robert, welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, as he said, I'm here representing eLearning Experts, and I'll be talking about workplace compliance using Moodle Workplace. Just a real quick facts about Moodle. eLearning Experts, founded in 2012. We're located in Gloucester Point, Virginia, a fully remote company. We offer hosting support, training design, and we're partnering with a lot of other members in the industry to provide common integrations. Me personally, I'm the operations manager for eLearning Experts, so I try to keep things running smoothly. I've had about 7 years of experience with Moodle so far. By natural nerd, I just mean I've been in tech my whole life. I was a hobbyist, so I consider it a pleasure to be able to work in technology. And this is my first time at any Moot, real or virtual. So in this short demo, I'll illustrate a common use case for Moodle Workplace by giving you a tour of a mock organization with a typical compliance training requirement. The solution from a mock organization highlights the power of these new workplace features in particular: the organization structure, programs, certifications, dynamic rules, and the report builder. Since there are already a lot of videos and documentation that cover the use of each individual tool in Workplace out on the Moodle doc site, I'll instead be focusing on the end results in a pre-configured scenario so that we can see a picture of the tools together to provide an overall solution. So first, here's my demo organization, Demo Space Laboratories. Demo Space is a research corporation that operates out of 2 locations in the United States, one in Virginia and another in California. There are 12 researchers on staff that make up 4 separate research groups, and each group has a team leader responsible for managing their respective teams. In this mock scenario, let's say that the states provide grant money to Demo Space for research, but in order to receive the funds, staff members must complete a set of approved training courses once a year for the agency. And the agency must also provide reports to the state administrators in order to prove compliance. Anybody here that's worked in an office or in retail has probably had experience with some of these trainings. This is the typical stuff you get: workplace safety, stress management, workplace harassment. I think almost anybody has seen one form of this or another. In this form, we have 3 SCORMs that I've distributed out to 3 different courses. And to get started, we'll first represent the company in Workplace's new organizational structure. So in the organizational structure, we must translate any groups, teams, roles, or branches into the following 3 types. These are job assignments, departments, and positions. If we jump over into the Departments tab, you can see here I've given the 2 locations their own framework of departments. Each research group has been given its own department, which accurately represents the structure of the organization, and in addition, it gives us the ability to make decisions for each group independently if necessary. Inside these departments, the staff has positions. All 12 staff members are considered researchers, and 1 out of each group is also a lead. I've represented this team lead with the position department manager. And finally, to actually bring our users into the structure, we'll give them job assignments. notice that some users have 2 listings, which represents that they have 2 different jobs. Ada, for example, has the job of researcher and a department manager, both in the department research group A. These job assignments each exist inside of a department and they have a connected position. I recommend reviewing the Moodle Docs article on organization structure to fully understand all the possibilities here. But for the purpose of my demo, it's important to note just that everyone has the job of researcher and that each department has a manager that will provide reports for their team. Now that I have the structure represented, we can return to our goal. So, how will a staff get into the training that they need, and how will the team leads report their status to the states? So in this simple diagram, I show how each piece is connected. I've placed 3 SCORMs into 3 separate courses. The 3 courses are part of a program, and the program is associated with certification. The certification is assigned to users through a dynamic rule. More info and steps to configure all these different components, as I mentioned, are out on docs.moodle.org. The important thing here to note is that this combination of tools allows, like, enrollment becomes much easy to manage, and it can be automated. With just one dynamic rule, every user given the position researcher will be allocated to the annual compliance certification I've created and subsequently enrolled into all the necessary training courses. The certification will track due dates and expiration based on the user's individual allocation dates automatically. And one of the greatest benefits, the certification will reschedule the same learning automatically for each user based on specifications, which is essential with compliance training, as anybody who's ever tried to do this in core Moodle knows, which is tricky in core Moodle. So this is a huge improvement. So with enrollment taken care of, let's take a look at the user view. When the staff logs in now, they can clearly see their assigned training and any relative due dates on their dashboard. And for the team leads, they'll also have access to the Teams tab so they can quickly get information about members in their department. And in addition, department managers have also been given access to a custom report, a site-wide report that can pull data from all of the courses in the entire site. I've prepared a report that will show the status of certifications for every user. So you can see here, judging the status of compliance is made very simple with this site-wide report. And team leads have access to filters and messaging from this same page if they need to address individuals about their progress. Most importantly, the demo space team leads can save their results to file and then share them with the state to show compliance. Yeah, that concludes my demo. Short and sweet.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was really interesting. I think it provided it's a really nice overview of the different functionality within Workplace. I have a couple of questions I can kick off with.
Sure.
So you demonstrated some managers in your demo organization. So in practice, how have you found that managers or admins are using Workplace as a tool, and is it something that they've been able to use with ease, or are there some shortcomings you've had to overcome?
The managers, that's what you asked, right?
Right, yeah. So I'm thinking of your department managers, your faculty heads, or the people who are ultimately creating the compliance training for the end users.
Yeah, the main use case I've seen for managers is when you have a lot of different locations in a company who have some sort of lead, and they need to manage a specific group of people just from their region. So I think that's the greatest use of that tool, is to be able to give someone a purview of a specific set of users, which is an ask we get from clients all the time, which, as you know, is difficult to do in Moodle Core. So this has been something I've really been waiting for in Workplace, actually.
That's great to hear. I suppose related to that question, have you had much feedback from the end users who are receiving the training as how easy it was for them to use Workplace to complete that?
I haven't had the pleasure of working with somebody who's deployed it yet. We just started offering Workplace, so I don't have any actual client, testament just yet.
I'm sure they'll come. We have a question from David in the forum. He asks, does the testing have to be a SCORM, or can it be customized? If you want to go ahead on that.
Yeah, it can definitely be customized. You can use the default activities, the lesson activities. You can use H5P. As that gets better, I hope to see more out of H5P. You can build it really out of anything. SCORM I chose just because it's one of the forms of training I typically see related to compliance. A lot of people who have compliance requirements, they get SCORMs built, and they like to distribute them one per course like this. So that's what I chose, just because I see it a lot.
It's a great example. The second part of David's question was he's guessing that when a worker's certification is getting ready to expire, the worker can get automatic email alerts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can set up the programs to set up automatic emails back out to the users, through the web notifications or emails about relative due dates, and you can get those to show on the calendar as well.
Right. I saw you had a nice example of dynamic rules, and that's also something that can achieve that, to remind users of certifications, completion, expiration, and things. That's great. I will give it 1 minute to see whether we have any more questions. For those watching this presentation in the future, the forum post is available. Robert, I don't know if you intend to keep an eye on that, just to answer any queries that arrive.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it for sure.
That's great. Thank you again, Robert, for sharing with the community. Thank you for everybody who is here and watching, and enjoy the rest of the moot.
Yeah, thanks very much for this time. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.